The leather-bound journal sat in Hermione Granger's lap, its pages crisp and unmarked, waiting. Outside the window of the Hogwarts Express, the English countryside blurred into watercolor shades of green and gold, but Hermione barely noticed. Her quill hovered above the first page, trembling slightly with the train's movement and her own nervous energy. 1st September, 1991. I'm writing this on the train to Hogwarts. Mother said keeping a diary would help me process everything, and she's usually right about these things. My hand is shaking. Not from the train, though that doesn't help, but because I still can't quite believe this is real. I've checked my letter 17 times since we left King's Cross. It's still there, still real, still addressed to me. Miss H. Granger, Compartment 4, Hogwarts Express. The compartment around her held evidence of her preparation. A stack of textbooks, each already read cover to cover, some twice. Her wand, fine wood with a dragon heartstring core, rested in its box beside her, though she'd already practiced the swish and flick motion from the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, approximately 200 times in her bedroom mirror. A trolley rattled past outside, and somewhere down the corridor, someone laughed. Hermione looked up, watching the shadows of other students pass by her compartment door. None of them had knocked. None of them had even paused. She returned to her journal. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that I'm sitting alone. I've read about Hogwarts houses, about how friendships form, about the social dynamics of boarding schools. But reading about something and living it are rather different things, aren't they? The boy with the red hair looked nice, and the one with the round face who'd lost his toad. I helped him search for a bit. Trevor, the toad was called. But I think I might have been a bit too intense. Mother says I sometimes forget that not everyone finds the disappearing charm variations as fascinating as I do. The countryside had given way to wilder landscapes now. Mountains rose in the distance, their peaks touched with the deep gold of late afternoon sun. Hermione pressed her hand against the window, feeling the glass cool beneath her palm, and wondered what the castle would look like. She'd memorized the description from Hogwarts, a History, of course, but she'd learned from her father that there was a difference between architectural specifications and the feeling of a place. He taught her that buildings held something beyond their stone and mortar. They held the weight of all the moments that had happened within them. Later, we've arrived. I'm writing this in my dormitory, while the other girls are still unpacking. I need to record what happened before I forget a single detail. The Great Hall had stolen her breath. No amount of reading could have prepared her for the actual sight of it. The ceiling that wasn't a ceiling at all, but rather a perfect reflection of the night sky, candles floating in midair like captured stars, the long house tables already filling with students whose robes bore colors she would soon call her own. The sorting hat had looked exactly as threadbare and patched as the books described, yet somehow more alive. When Professor McGonagall placed it on her head, Hermione had felt a presence, ancient and curious, sifting through her thoughts like someone browsing a library. "Ah, a mind like a steel trap," the hat had murmured in her ear. "You'd do well in Ravenclaw, certainly. All that thirst for knowledge, that hunger to understand." Hermione had held her breath. But there's something else. Courage that doesn't know it's courage yet. The bravery of standing firm in who you are, even when it's difficult, even when it's lonely. The word had burst from the brim before she could fully process what the hat meant. Gryffindor. I'm a Gryffindor. I've read about the house, of course. Everyone has. Godric Gryffindor. Courage and daring. The lion banner. Scarlet and gold. But I never let myself imagine it might be for me. The other girls in my dormitory seem nice, though I think I may have overdone it when I introduced myself by reciting the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Lavender Brown looked impressed, at least. Parvati Patil smiled politely. I should probably work on my first impressions. The dormitory itself was everything a circular tower room should be. 5 four-poster beds, draped in deep red velvet, their curtains embroidered with gold thread in patterns that seemed to shift in the candlelight. Tall windows looked out over the grounds, and Hermione had already claimed the bed nearest one, unable to resist the view of the lake in the distance, its surface reflecting the risen moon. She'd unpacked with methodical efficiency, clothes in the wardrobe arranged by type and color, books organized by subject on the bedside table, though she'd need to request additional shelf space. Her wand placed carefully in the drawer where she could reach it quickly if needed. The other girls had been less systematic. Lavender's belongings seemed to have exploded across her section of the room in a chaos of pink and purple, while Parvati hummed to herself as she arranged photographs of people who must be her family. 3rd September 1991. First proper day of classes. I barely slept last night, partially from excitement, partially because Lavender talks in her sleep and Parvati's alarm clock sounds like a strangled cat. But I feel wonderfully alive. Breakfast in the Great Hall had been an assault on the senses in the best possible way. The smell of fresh bread and porridge, bacon crisping, pumpkin juice cold in the heavy goblets, the noise of hundreds of students talking at once, owls swooping in through high windows delivering post, the clink of cutlery on plates, Professor McGonagall's voice cutting through the din to announce schedule adjustments. Hermione had studied her timetable like it was a treasure map. Transfiguration first, then History of Magic, followed by Charms before lunch. Each class was a gift waiting to be unwrapped. Transfiguration was magnificent. Professor McGonagall is exactly as stern as the book suggested, but there's something about the way she moves, such precision, such control. She turned her desk into a pig and back again, and I've never wanted to learn something so badly in my entire life. We're supposed to turn matches into needles by Friday. I've been practicing the wand movement during every spare moment. The key is in the intention, I think. You have to truly envision the match becoming something else entirely. The silver shine of the needle, the sharp point, the tiny eye for thread. The morning sun had shifted across the flagstones of the Transfiguration classroom, dust motes dancing in its beams. Hermione had noticed how the light caught on Professor McGonagall's spectacles, making her eyes unreadable, and how her mouth had twitched, almost a smile, when Hermione's hand shot up for the 3rd time. Yes, Miss Granger, a match does indeed have approximately 5,000 individual wood fibers that must be transformed into the molecular structure of steel. 5 points to Gryffindor for exceptional background research. It was her first points for her house. The feeling had been indescribable. 12th September 1991. I think I might have a problem. The library had been her downfall, though calling it a downfall seemed unfair when it felt more like falling into exactly where she belonged. She'd discovered it on her third day, following a vague notation on her map between charms and lunch. The doors were tall oak, carved with symbols she'd need to research, and they'd swung open at her touch with a whisper that sounded almost like welcome. Inside, the Hogwarts library stretched into impossible distances. Shelves rose toward vaulted ceilings, connected by moving ladders that seemed to know where they were needed. The smell of old parchment and leather bindings, of dust and magic, and centuries of accumulated knowledge had hit her like a physical thing. Madame Pince, the librarian, watched her with hawk-like intensity from the main desk. "The restricted section is off limits without a professor's note," she'd said, her voice sharp as the edge of parchment. Hermione had nodded, though her eyes had already been cataloguing the visible sections. Transfiguration theory, charms and counter-charms, herbology, potions, history, magical theory, defense against the dark arts. "I've found a corner. It's on the third row of the charms section, behind a shelf about household enchantments that doesn't seem to get much traffic. There's a window that lets in afternoon light, and if you sit on the floor with your back against the shelf, you're almost invisible unless someone walks directly past. I've started keeping supplies there. A cushion I transfigured from a handkerchief. Professor McGonagall would be proud. It only took 47 attempts. A blanket I'm learning to knit, though it's more holes than yarn at the moment. A small stock of sugar quills for when I need to think." The library had become her sanctuary between classes, and sometimes during them when she'd already finished the lesson work. Professor Binns didn't seem to notice when students left during History of Magic, his ghostly voice droning on about goblin rebellions, while Hermione slipped away to research wand flexibility ratings or the history of the Hogwarts house elves. 31st October, 1991. Everything has changed. The Halloween feast had filled the great hall with the scent of pumpkin and cinnamon, the floating candles charmed to flicker with orange flames. Hermione had been looking forward to it for weeks, had read about the traditional decorations and the special menu. She hadn't attended. I was in the bathroom, the girls' bathroom on the first floor that nobody uses because moaning myrtle haunts it. I'd been there for hours, and I know that sounds pathetic. But Parvati had said something about how I was insufferable, and Ron Weasley had agreed. And suddenly, I just needed to be somewhere quiet where nobody would look at me like I was a problem to be solved. Then the troll came. Even now, hours later, with her hand cramping from writing, Hermione could smell it, a stench like old sweat and rotting meat, overwhelming in the enclosed space. She could feel the cold tile against her back as she'd pressed herself into the corner between the sinks, her wand shaking in her hand, trying to remember every defensive spell she'd read about, and coming up terrifyingly blank. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley saved my life. The boy who's famous for something he doesn't even remember, and the boy who'd called me insufferable just hours before. They ran toward danger when they could have run away, and they barely know me. Ron's levitation charm was brilliant, even if he did accidentally hit Harry's head first. And Harry, he actually jumped on a troll's back. Who does that? Who thinks that's a reasonable response to a 12-foot mountain troll? Gryffindors, apparently. My kind of people. The aftermath had been a blur. Professor McGonagall's fury giving way to tight-lipped worry, points lost and gained, the firm instruction to return to their dormitory. But what Hermione remembered most clearly was the walk back to Gryffindor Tower, Ron and Harry on either side of her, their robes still smelling of troll, and the way they'd made her laugh despite everything. I lied to Professor McGonagall, told her I'd gone looking for the troll myself because I thought I could handle it, had read about them in a book. I watched her face, saw the exact moment she decided I was foolish, rather than that Harry and Ron had broken rules to find me. Mother says courage is often about choosing which consequences to face. I think I'm starting to understand what she meant. 15th, November 1991. Friendship is more complex than books led me to believe. Hermione sat in her library corner, the November afternoon fading beyond the window, and tried to find words for the strange warmth that had settled in her chest over the past few weeks. Ron still made jokes about her being a know-it-all, but now he said it with a grin that invited her to laugh too. Harry asked her opinion about things, actually listened when she explained the theory behind their charms homework. They'd started sitting together in classes, studying in the common room by the fire that house elves kept perpetually crackling with warmth. I taught Ron the proper wand movement for Wingardium Leviosa today. He'd been doing a sort of jabbing motion instead of the required swish and flick. When he finally got his feather to float, he looked at me like I'd just handed him the secret to the universe. "You're not so insufferable once you relax a bit," he'd said. I think that might be the nicest thing anyone said to me in years. The common room had become less intimidating too. The Gryffindor space was warm chaos, literally warm, with the fire constantly burning and chaotic in the best way. Students sprawled on sofas doing homework, exploding snap games in corners, the fat lady's portrait offering commentary on who came and went at what hours. Hermione had started to recognize the rhythms of it, the rush before breakfast, the post-class slump, the late-night study sessions, when everyone suddenly remembered assignments were due. She'd found her place in those rhythms, became the person others asked when they couldn't remember the incantation or needed help with transfiguration theory. I'm knitting, properly knitting, not just attempting it. Lavender's grandmother sent her needles and yarn, and when I expressed interest, she taught me the basic stitches. There's something meditative about it, the repetitive motion, watching something take shape row by row. I'm making a scarf. It's lumpy and one end is wider than the other, and I dropped 3 stitches in the middle that created holes. But it's mine. I'm using red and gold yarn, naturally. The needles clicked softly in the library quiet, their rhythm matching her breathing. Outside, the first snow of winter had started to fall, dusting the grounds with white that glowed in the afternoon light. 3rd December 1991. I've discovered something extraordinary. The library's restricted section had been calling to her for months, its chained books and forbidden knowledge like an itch she couldn't scratch. But it was the regular sections that had yielded tonight's treasure. Hogwarts, a history, mentions house elves precisely 3 times. 3, in 752 pages of otherwise comprehensive text, the beings who keep this entire castle running merit exactly 47 words total. So I went looking for more information. What she'd found, buried in a section on magical creatures that most students skipped because it wasn't covered in first-year classes, was a slim volume called Household Spirits, a treatise on domestic magical beings. House elves, she'd learned, didn't just work at Hogwarts. They kept it alive. They maintained the warming charms that made stone corridors comfortable, managed the complex magic that kept the castle's plumbing functional, prepared 3 meals a day for hundreds of students, and did it all while remaining essentially invisible. They're invisible by choice, the book says. But I wonder if that's really true, or if it's just what we've decided to believe because it's more comfortable than acknowledging we've built our entire society on their labor. The thought had troubled her through dinner, through an evening of astronomy homework, through Lavender's cheerful chatter about Hogsmeade and what they'd do when they were old enough to visit. I'm going to knit them something. The house elves. Christmas is coming, and they should have gifts too. It seemed like such a small thing, inadequate even. But Hermione had learned in these first months at Hogwarts that magic wasn't always about grand gestures. Sometimes it was about noticing what others overlooked, caring about things that seemed too small to matter. 18th of December 1991. Most students have gone home for Christmas. The castle feels different with so few of us here, quieter but also somehow more itself. Like Hogwarts has exhaled and relaxed into its stones. Hermione had stayed, partially because her parents were visiting her aunt in France, but mostly because she couldn't bear to leave. There would be other Christmases at home, but only one first Christmas at Hogwarts. The common room fire burned lower in the evenings now, just enough for the few students remaining. Harry had stayed too, and Ron and the Weasley twins, who seemed to use the sparse population as an opportunity for more elaborate pranks. We've started a tradition, Harry, Ron, and I. Every evening after dinner, we claim the sofa closest to the fire and just talk about everything and nothing, about Quidditch and family and what we want to be, about the fact that chocolate frogs taste better when it's cold outside, and whether Professor Snape ever smiles when no one's looking, and how many staircases in the castle actually lead somewhere useful. Last night, Harry told us about his aunt and uncle. Really told us, not the careful edited version he usually offers. Ron talked about what it's like being the youngest brother, always wearing hand-me-downs and living in shadows. And I told them about being the only magical person in my family, about how my parents are proud, but also a little bit frightened of what I'm becoming. The fire had crackled between their words, and somewhere in the castle, a portrait had been singing carols slightly off-key. Ron's jumper is coming along. It's supposed to be a surprise for Christmas. Molly Weasley makes them for all her children, he said. And I thought maybe I could too. Mine won't be as good, obviously. I'm still learning. But it's maroon, and I've managed to knit an R into the front, even if it looks a bit like a P depending on the angle. I've also finished 3 hats for the house elves. They're all slightly different sizes because I haven't quite mastered gauge yet, but they'll be warm. I charmed them with a basic warming enchantment. Not in the curriculum, but I found the spell in simple household charms and practiced until my wand stopped smoking. 25th December 1991. Magic is real, and Christmas at Hogwarts proves it. Hermione had woken to snow falling past her tower window, the lake below frozen into a mirror that reflected the pearl grey sky. For a moment, wrapped in her blankets with Lavender's empty bed on one side and Parvati's on the other, she'd felt the full weight of being away from home for the first time during the holidays. Then she'd seen the packages at the foot of her bed. Mother and Father sent books, of course, and a new quill set, and a box of my favorite biscuits with a note that said they're proud of me. But there were other gifts too. Harry had given her a bookmark he'd found in Hogsmeade, a slim leather strip with a charm that would help her find her page even if the book got shuffled. Ron's gift had been more chaotic, a box of sugar quills and a note that said, "For your library fort. We know you have one." Ah. But the gift that had made her eyes sting with sudden tears was from Hagrid, a box of rock cakes and a hand-carved bookmark that read, "To the brightest witch of her age," in careful, slightly wobbly letters. We spent the morning in the common room, then had snowball fights on the grounds. The Weasley twins enchanted snowballs to follow Snape around, which resulted in points lost, but was worth it to see Professor McGonagall trying not to smile. Christmas dinner was magnificent. The house elves outdid themselves: turkey and roast potatoes, Yorkshire pudding, glazed carrots, cranberry sauce, Christmas crackers that actually exploded with small charms instead of paper hats. I left my knitted hats near the kitchen entrance afterward, along with a note thanking them for everything they do. I don't know if they'll appreciate it, but I hope they know someone notices. Someone cares. The Great Hall had been transformed. 12 Christmas trees, decorated with real icicles that never melted, enchanted snow falling from the ceiling that vanished before it touched the tables, carols sung by the ghosts in surprisingly good harmony. Hermione had sat between Harry and Ron, wearing the jumper Mrs. Weasley had sent her, an unexpected gift, green with a golden H on the front, and felt something settle in her chest that she hadn't known was unsettled. This is home now too, she thought, watching Harry crack a joke that made Ron snort pumpkin juice. Not instead of my parents' house, but in addition to it. I have two homes now. 15th of June, 1992. The school year is ending, and I'm not ready. Exams had come and gone, in a blur of essay questions and practical demonstrations. Hermione had prepared for them the way she prepared for everything, thoroughly, methodically, with color-coded notes and practice sessions. But they'd still left her exhausted and oddly deflated. The things that happened this year weren't in any textbook. Friendship, courage, learning to trust people who aren't perfect, but who show up when it matters. Understanding that being smart isn't the same as being wise, and that sometimes the bravest thing you can do is admit you don't have all the answers. The lake glittered beyond the castle windows, the summer sun warm on stone that had been cold in September. Hermione walked the corridors slowly now, trying to memorize details she'd been too busy to notice before. The way certain stones in the third-floor corridor were worn smoother than others from centuries of feet passing over them. How the portraits near the great hall doors had formed a tight-knit community that gossiped like old friends. The specific scent of the Transfiguration classroom, chalk dust, and something indefinably magical. Harry, Ron, and I have survived something I still don't fully understand. There are parts of this year I'm not writing down, things that feel too large and strange for a diary. But I know that when the three of us walked into danger together, it meant something, changed something. Ron played the best game of chess I've ever witnessed. Harry flew when flying seemed impossible. And I remembered that fire is a wizard's friend, even when everything is falling apart. We did that. 3 first years who barely knew each other in September. The common room was slowly emptying as students packed their trunks and said their goodbyes. Lavender had promised to write, though Hermione suspected she'd forget within a week. Parvati had given her a friendship bracelet she'd woven in divination class, its threads charmed to stay bright. I'm taking my knitting home. The scarf I made is still lumpy, but it's improved. I can see my progress in the stitches. The first few inches tentative and uneven, the middle section more confident, the end almost professional. It's a metaphor, I suppose. Everything I've learned this year captured in red and gold yarn. I've also taken 3 books from the library that Madame Pince doesn't know are missing. I'll return them in September, I swear, but I need them over the summer. Need to keep learning, keep growing, keep being the person Hogwarts is helping me become. The Hogwarts Express would leave tomorrow. Her trunk was packed, her robes cleaned and folded, her wand secured in its box. But tonight, Hermione sat in the common room one last time, watching the fire burn low, listening to the castle settle into its stones. Harry and Ron were playing chess nearby, their easy companionship now as natural as breathing. The fat lady was humming in her portrait frame. Outside, an owl called across the darkening grounds. I came to Hogwarts alone, Hermione wrote in her diary, her handwriting more confident now than it had been on the train in September. I thought being smart would be enough. Thought if I just learned all the spells and read all the books and followed all the rules, I'd find my place. But I was wrong about what mattered. It's not about being the best or the brightest or the most prepared. It's about showing up, being brave enough to be yourself, even when that self is complicated and imperfect. Finding people who see you, really see you, and choosing to see them back. I'm going home tomorrow, but I'm also already counting the days until I come back. Because this place, these people, this magical, impossible, wonderful castle, this is where I belong. The fire crackled softly, and somewhere in the walls, Hogwarts seemed to hum with satisfaction, as if the castle itself agreed. 1st September 1992. The Hogwarts Express felt different this time. Familiar, Hermione thought, as she settled into a compartment with Harry and Ron, their trunks secured overhead. Crookshanks. No, not yet. That was next year. Her books already stacked within easy reach. I'm writing this as second-year students. Second years. We're not the lost first years anymore, stumbling through corridors and getting staircases wrong. We know the castle now. We know its rhythms and secrets, or at least some of them. Harry looked tired, she noted, in a way that had nothing to do with the early morning. Ron was chattering about something his brothers had done, animated despite the hour, and Hermione found herself relaxing into the train's familiar rhythm, the gentle rock and sway that meant they were going home. Because that's what Hogwarts had become, she realized. Home in a way she hadn't fully understood until she'd spent the summer away from it. The summer was difficult. Mother and Father tried to understand when I talked about transfiguration theory and the properties of mandrake restorative draught, but I could see their eyes glazing over. They love me. I know they do. But there's a gap now that wasn't there before, a space filled with magic they can't quite touch. I read all our new textbooks within the first week. Gilderoy Lockhart's collected works are, well, they're certainly something. Beautifully bound, dramatically written. And I have questions. So many questions about how one person could have accomplished all these things, and yet his actual spellwork descriptions are remarkably vague. Ron had made a rude noise when she'd mentioned this observation, something about Lockhart being a git. But Harry had given her that look, the one that said he was filing away her concern for later consideration. The countryside rolled past, green and gold in the late summer sun. Hermione watched it and thought about the year ahead, about new classes and old friends, about the comfortable weight of her wand in her pocket and the stack of fresh parchment in her trunk. I've set goals for this year, not just academic, uns, though obviously I intend to maintain my marks, but other things too. I want to be better at Quidditch commentary, so I can actually understand what Ron's shouting about during matches. I want to help Ginny Weasley settle in. She looked so nervous on the platform, and I remember that feeling. I want to finish at least 3 proper knitted items that don't look like they were made by a particularly ambitious cat. And I want to spend more time just being, not always studying or planning or preparing, just existing in the moment, the way Harry and Ron seemed to do so naturally. The trolley witch appeared with her card of sweets, and Hermione bought chocolate frogs for all 3 of them. Her treat, she insisted, because some things were worth celebrating, like coming home. 5th of September, 1992. Something is wrong with the castle. Hermione sat in her library corner, the one she'd reclaimed within hours of arriving back at Hogwarts, and tried to organize her thoughts. The parchment before her was covered in notes, observations, things that didn't quite add up. Mrs. Norris had been found petrified, not injured or cursed, but turned to stone with her eyes wide and terrified. And on the wall above her, written in what looked disturbingly like blood, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." I've been researching the chamber since we found Mrs. Norris. The library has surprisingly little information, just mentions in Hogwarts, a history about Salazar Slytherin's supposed secret chamber, created before he left the school. A chamber that held a monster, though what kind of monster, the text doesn't specify. Everyone is scared. I can see it in the way students cluster together in corridors, how conversations stop when you approach, the way even the portraits seem to be whispering more than usual. The afternoon sun slanted through the library windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in the still air. Madame Pince was reshelving books with more force than necessary, the sharp crack of leather on wood punctuating the silence. Hermione had spent the past 3 days methodically working through every reference to the chamber she could find. Most were frustratingly vague, hints and legends and second-hand stories passed down through generations of students. Nothing concrete, nothing useful. But I found something interesting. In most potente potions, which shouldn't even be in the regular section, but someone misshelved it years ago, and Madame Pince hasn't noticed. There's a recipe for polyjuice potion. I know what you're thinking, diary. You're thinking this is a terrible idea, and you might be right. But if someone in Slytherin knows about the chamber, if the heir of Slytherin is actually a student here, then maybe we need to ask questions from inside Slytherin House. Questions that would never be answered honestly to Gryffindors. The potion recipe stared back at her from the page, complex and dangerous and precisely the kind of magic they weren't supposed to attempt for another 5 years at least. The ingredients list alone made her nervous. Lacewing flies, leeches, fluxweed, knotgrass, powdered bicorn horn, shredded boomslang skin, and a bit of whoever they wanted to turn into. It takes a month to brew, a month of careful preparation, precise timing, and absolute secrecy. But I think we need to do it. I think we need to know what Draco Malfoy knows about the chamber. I haven't told Harry and Ron yet. I need to work out the logistics first. Make sure it's actually possible before I propose something this risky. But if I'm right, if this potion could give us answers. Outside the window, clouds were gathering over the forbidden forest, dark and heavy with rain that would come before evening. Hermione watched them and thought about monsters in chambers, about heirs and enemies, about how quickly safety could become danger. 15th of September 1992. We're brewing polyjuice potion in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Hermione had to write it down to make it feel real, to process the absolute insanity of what they were attempting. Harry and Ron agreed immediately when I suggested it. Well, Ron looked queasy and asked if we were sure this was legal. But then Harry pointed out that someone might die if we don't figure out what's happening, and Ron squared his shoulders and said he was in. I love them for that, for trusting me even when I'm suggesting something completely mental. The bathroom had been perfect for their purposes, abandoned because of Myrtle's theatrical haunting, equipped with toilets they could use as makeshift cauldrons, far enough from the main corridors that the smell of brewing potion wouldn't attract attention. Myrtle herself had been surprisingly cooperative. Once Hermione had spent an afternoon listening to her complaints about the various indignities of being a ghost. She'd even offered advice about which toilet had the best water pressure for potion brewing. Day 3 of brewing. The lacewing flies have been stewing for 72 hours exactly. The potion is a thick, mud-like consistency, bubbling slowly. I check it every 4 hours, even the midnight check, because the timing has to be precise. I've set up a small cushion behind the sinks, so I can sleep here if needed. Though the floor is cold, and Myrtle's crying sometimes wakes me. The work was meditative in a way Hermione hadn't expected. The careful measuring of ingredients, the precise stirring, 13 times clockwise, then 7 counterclockwise, the constant monitoring of color and consistency. It required a kind of attention that left no room for worry about monsters or heirs, or blood on walls. Harry brings food from the Great Hall when I miss meals. Ron contributes by standing guard and warning us if anyone's coming, though so far the only person who's come close is nearly headless Nick, and he just winked and floated through the opposite wall. I'm teaching them both the theory while we wait. Ron's actually good at potions when he's not nervous about Snape watching him. He has good instincts about timing, knows when to add ingredients by the way the potion moves rather than just following the clock. Harry's better at the preparation work. His knife cuts are exact, his measurements precise. Between potion preparation sessions, Hermione maintained her regular schedule, classes, homework, library research, but she felt split between two worlds, the official one of essays and exams, and the secret one of bubbling cauldrons and dangerous magic. 28th of September 1992. Another attack. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor. Petrified like Mrs. Norris, his camera melted beside him. The common room had been subdued all evening. Hermione sat by the fire, her knitting in her lap though her hands were still, watching the flames dance and thinking about a boy who'd been so excited about everything, whose enthusiasm had been almost puppyish in its intensity. He was Muggle-born, like me. The realization had settled like ice in her stomach. Mrs. Norris wasn't Muggle-born, obviously, but Colin was. And if the heir of Slytherin was targeting Muggle-borns specifically, enemies of the heir, beware. I'm an enemy. By virtue of my parents being dentists instead of wizards, by virtue of my blood not being pure enough, I'm an enemy to whoever opened the chamber. Harry had found her later, sitting in the darkness after the fire had burned low, and everyone else had gone to bed. We'll figure this out, he'd said, his voice quiet but certain. We'll brew the potion, we'll find out what Malfoy knows, and we'll stop this. Hermione had nodded, grateful for his presence, even though words felt inadequate. The potion is nearly ready. 2 more weeks of careful monitoring. Then we add the final ingredients and hope we've done everything correctly. Hope that my research was accurate, that my measurements were exact, that we haven't missed some crucial detail that will turn us into permanent, half-human hybrids. No pressure. 10th of October, 1992. I've been spending time with Ginny Weasley. She seems to need someone, though she won't say why. The youngest Weasley had been quiet this year, Hermione had noticed. Not the excited, chattering girl from the platform, but withdrawn and pale, with dark circles under her eyes that spoke of poor sleep. I found her in the library yesterday, crying over a transfiguration essay. When I offered to help, she looked at me like I'd offered her the world. We spent 2 hours going over McGonagall's requirements for the essay structure, and slowly she relaxed, started smiling, even laughed at my joke about turning teacups into terrapins being the professor's secret plan to fill the lake with confused reptiles. They'd fallen into a pattern after that. Hermione would find Ginny between classes, sit with her at meals when Ron was busy with Quidditch practice, check in when she saw her in the common room looking lost. She's a good student, actually. Quick to understand concepts, creative in her spell applications. But she seems distracted, like part of her attention is always somewhere else. Sometimes she'll stop mid-sentence and stare at nothing, her face going blank in a way that worries me. I asked Ron if he'd noticed anything odd about his sister. He shrugged and said she's always been weird, which is completely unhelpful, but also very Ron. The castle had taken on an oppressive quality as October deepened. The corridors felt darker despite the same number of torches, the shadows longer, the whispers more urgent. Students travelled in groups now, and the library emptied early as no one wanted to be caught alone after dark. Hermione's knitting had progressed to a proper scarf, red and gold naturally, but this one was even and warm, the stitches uniform. She'd started another project too, small squares in house colours that she planned to assemble into blankets. Something about the repetitive motion of needles clicking, yarn sliding through her fingers, helped her think. The polyjuice potion is ready. Tomorrow night, we'll add the final ingredients and transform into Crabbe, Goyle, and Millicent Bulstrode. Tomorrow night, we'll hopefully get answers. I've triple-checked everything. The potion is the correct consistency, thick as tar, bubbling sluggishly. The colour is right, muddy brown. The smell is absolutely revolting, but the book said it should be, so that's actually encouraging. I've prepared 3 separate flasks, labelled them, worked out timing and logistics. Harry will get Crabbe's hair, Ron will get Goyle's, and I'll get Millicent's. We'll transform in Myrtle's bathroom, then head to the Slytherin common room to question Malfoy. What could possibly go wrong? 25th December, 1992. I'm writing this from the hospital wing, where I've spent the past several weeks looking like a cat. Even now, The memory made Hermione want to laugh and cry simultaneously. The polyjuice potion had worked for Harry and Ron. They'd transformed perfectly into Crabbe and Goyle, had ventured into Slytherin territory, and questioned Malfoy. But I got a cat hair instead of Millicent Bulstrode's hair. A cat hair. Because apparently I can research ancient potions and brew complicated drafts and still make a mistake as basic as checking what species my sample came from. The transformation had been agonizing. Fur sprouting from her skin, her face elongating, ears migrating to the top of her head. The panic when she'd realized what was happening, the desperate attempt to reverse it, the resignation when she'd understood she'd have to wait for Madame Pomfrey to fix her mistake. Madame Pomfrey was remarkably professional about the whole thing. She didn't ask too many questions about how I'd come to brew and consume polyjuice potion as a 12-year-old. Just set about removing the cat characteristics one at a time. The tail came off first, thank Merlin, then the fur. The face took longest. Apparently, feline bone structure is particularly stubborn. The hospital wing had been quiet during her stay. Hermione had a bed near the window where she could watch snow fall over the grounds and read the stack of books Harry and Ron smuggled in for her. Madame Pomfrey had brought her homework from her professors, and Hermione had completed it all within the first week, then started on next term's reading. Harry and Ron visited every day. They told me what Malfoy had said, that he doesn't know who opened the chamber, but he wishes he did so he could help them, that he hopes the Mudblood Granger is next. The word still stung, even written in her own hand in the privacy of her diary. Mudblood, dirty blood. Less than human because of who her parents were. But here's what I keep thinking about. Malfoy doesn't know. The obvious suspect, the one we were so sure would have answers, knows nothing. Which means the heir of Slytherin is either incredibly secretive or they're not who we expect them to be. Christmas in the hospital wing had been surprisingly pleasant. Professor McGonagall had visited with a gift, a new set of quills and a book on advanced transfiguration theory. Ron's mother had sent her a Weasley jumper again, this one with an H in gold and silver threads. Harry had given her a beautiful leather journal with pages that repelled spills and stains, perfect for potion notes. I'm being released tomorrow. Christmas Day discharge. Madame Pomfrey's gift to me, she said with almost a smile. I'll be back in time for the feast, back to normal classes, back to investigating the chamber with only slightly more information than we had before. But I learned something important during these weeks alone with my thoughts. You can research every detail, plan every contingency, prepare for every possibility, and still make mistakes, still be human and fallible and wrong. And that's okay. What matters is learning from it, adapting, trying again. Also, never trust hair found on a robe. Always verify the source directly. 3rd February 1993. Valentine's Day is approaching, and the castle has been infected with romance. It's nauseating. Lockhart had outdone himself, Hermione thought, with a mixture of admiration and horror. The great hall was decorated with large, lurid pink flowers. Heart-shaped confetti fell from the ceiling like snow. And, most mortifying of all, he'd arranged for dwarves dressed as cupids to deliver singing valentines. I understand the concept of morale boosting during difficult times, but this is not the solution. This is torture disguised as festivity. The attacks had continued sporadically through January, No pattern she could discern, no clear connection between victims except that most were Muggle-born or associated with Muggle-borns. The castle remained tense, divided, fearful. Hermione had thrown herself into research with renewed determination. The library had become her fortress again, her corner now equipped with multiple cushions, a proper blanket she'd finally finished knitting, and a complex organization system for her notes. I've started a new theory. What if the chamber's monster isn't something physical that walks the corridors? What if it's something that moves through the castle infrastructure? The pipes, perhaps, or the walls themselves. That would explain how it attacks without being seen, how it can appear and disappear so quickly. The problem was proving the theory. She'd sketched maps of where attacks occurred, tried to find patterns in the castle's layout, cross-referenced with Hogwarts, a history, sections on plumbing and infrastructure. Harry can hear something. He told me and Ron about it. A voice that whispers about killing, about hunger, about blood. A voice no one else can hear. He's worried he's going mad, but I don't think so. I think he's hearing the monster itself. The pieces were there, Hermione was certain, scattered across weeks of research, hidden in contradictory accounts and half-remembered legends. She just needed to connect them properly. 20th April 1993. I've figured it out. At least, I think I have. The realization had come during a late-night study session in the library. Hermione had been cross-referencing 3 different books, Most Macabre Monstrosities, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and Hogwarts, a History, when the connections suddenly aligned. Basilisk. The monster is a basilisk. It explains everything. Why Harry hears it through the pipes. Snakes can navigate plumbing systems. Why victims are petrified rather than killed. They saw it indirectly. Through water, through a ghost, through a camera. Why Slytherin would have chosen it. Parseltongue requirement for control. Even why roosters have been killed. Their crow is fatal to basilisks. Her hand had shaken as she wrote notes, cross-checking sources, making sure her logic was sound. A basilisk, the king of serpents, born from a chicken egg, hatched beneath a toad, capable of killing with direct eye contact, living for centuries, growing to enormous size. If I'm right, this is more dangerous than anyone realizes. A basilisk, that size, that age, controlled by whoever opened the chamber. We need to tell someone. We need to tell McGonagall or Dumbledore or... She'd been preparing to do exactly that when the attack happened. I never made it to the professor's office. I was found in the corridor with a mirror in my hand, petrified like all the others. I don't remember the moment it happened. There's just a blank space where those memories should be. But Harry told me later that I'd been clutching my notes about the basilisk, that the mirror had saved my life by showing me only the creature's reflection. I'm writing this entry weeks later, after Mandrake Restorative Draft brought me back, after everything was resolved and the chamber closed and Ginny saved. I missed all of it, the climax of the mystery I'd been so desperately trying to solve. The hospital wing was full when Hermione woke. All the petrified victims restored at once. Mrs. Norris yowling indignantly, Colin Creevey immediately asking about his camera, Justin Finch-Fletchley looking around in confusion. But what Hermione noticed first was the stack of completed homework on her bedside table, notes in Harry's handwriting about what she'd missed, and Ron's scrawled message. You were right about everything. Tell you all about it when Pomfrey lets us visit properly. Ah, 30th May 1993. The year is ending differently than it began. Hermione sat in her library corner one last time, the afternoon sun warm on her face, and reflected on everything that had happened. The fear that had gripped the castle for months had lifted like fog burning off in the morning sun. Students laughed in corridors again. The portraits sang. Even the ghosts seemed more cheerful. Ginny Weasley had been possessed all year, possessed by a memory of Tom Riddle preserved in a diary, forced to do terrible things she couldn't remember or control. When Harry told me this, when he explained about the chamber and the basilisk and how Riddle had used Ginny, I felt sick. All those times I'd noticed her distraction, her distress, and I never guessed the true cause. She'd spent time with Ginny since then, careful not to push, but making herself available. They'd studied together, knitted together. Ginny had a knack for it, creating neat, even stitches on her first try. Slowly, Hermione watched colour return to the younger girl's cheeks, saw her begin to smile more easily. I've learned something this year. Being clever isn't enough. I figured out the monster. I did the research. I found the answers. But I got petrified before I could use that knowledge. Harry was the one who actually went into the chamber, who faced the basilisk, who destroyed the diary and saved Ginny. Being smart is important, but so is being brave, being loyal, being the kind of person who runs toward danger when someone needs help. Her knitting had progressed remarkably. She'd completed 2 full blankets now, one in Gryffindor colours that she'd given to Harry, and one in a blue and bronze that she'd left anonymously in the Ravenclaw common room with a note, "For the house that values wit and learning." She was working on Hufflepuff and Slytherin blankets now, because every house deserved warmth. The house elves found the hats I left them last year. I know, because new ones keep appearing in my dormitory, better made, with more complex warming charms, in colours I mentioned liking. They're trying to out-knit me, I think. It's possibly the most adorable competition I've ever been part of. Exams had been cancelled in light of recent events, which should have upset her, but instead felt like a relief. There would be other exams, other opportunities to prove herself. Right now, what mattered was healing, reconnecting, enjoying these last days at Hogwarts before summer separation. Harry, Ron, and I spent last night in the common room, talking until the fire burned to embers. About the chamber, yes, but also about everything else. About Quidditch and exams and what we'll do over the summer. About how strange it is that we've been through so much together in just 2 years. Ron asked if I'd write to him over the summer. I said, of course, I'd write to both of them. And I will. Long letters full of book recommendations and interesting facts and absolutely nothing about life-threatening situations. Thank you very much. The Hogwarts Express would leave tomorrow. Hermione's trunk was packed more efficiently than last year, her books already organized by which she'd read first at home. But tonight, she wanted to be here, in this corner of the library that had become hers, writing in her journal and thinking about the year that had been. I came back to Hogwarts in September, thinking I knew what second year would be like. More classes, more knowledge, more skills to master. And I did learn those things. My transfiguration has improved. My charms are more precise. I can brew potions that would have seemed impossible last year. But the real lessons weren't in the curriculum. They were in the late nights brewing dangerous potions with my friends, in the weeks spent as a cat girl learning patience, in the terror of being petrified and the joy of waking up, in watching a young girl be freed from possession and knowing that sometimes the bravest thing is to forgive yourself. Second year taught me that knowledge without action is incomplete, that being clever matters, but being kind matters more, that sometimes you have to break rules to do what's right, and sometimes you have to fail spectacularly to learn important lessons. Outside the window, the sun was setting over the lake, turning the water to molten gold. Students crossed the grounds in groups, enjoying the warm evening, their laughter floating up to where Hermione sat. I'm going home tomorrow, back to parents who love me, but don't understand the world I live in now. Back to a summer of reading and preparing and missing this place desperately. But I'm also going home, knowing I'll return. Knowing that Hogwarts isn't just a school, but a home. And Harry and Ron aren't just friends, but family. And that whatever third year brings, we'll face it together. Because that's what we do. We show up, we try, we fail sometimes and succeed others. But we don't give up, and we don't face things alone. Hermione closed her journal and tucked it carefully into her bag. Time to return to the common room, to spend these last hours with her friends, to soak in every moment of belonging before the train carried them away. The library would be here when she returned. Her corner would wait, patient and quiet, for another year of research and discovery and growth. For now, it was enough to walk through familiar corridors, trailing her fingers along stone walls that had seen 1,000 students come and go, adding her own small moment to their endless history. Home wasn't just a place. It was the people who saw you, challenged you, stood beside you when monsters came. And Hermione Granger, second-year Gryffindor, clever and brave and still learning, was heading home. 1st of September, 1993. The Hogwarts Express compartment felt smaller this year, or perhaps they'd simply grown larger. Hermione sat wedged between the window and a stack of books that had somehow multiplied over the summer, watching Harry and Ron argue about the Chudley Cannon's chances this season with fond exasperation. Third year. We're third years now, which means we're no longer the youngest, no longer the uncertain ones stumbling through corridors. We're supposed to know things, set examples, help the first years find their way. It's terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. Her trunk was heavier this year, not just with the standard textbooks, but with additional materials she'd requested from Flourish and Blots, advanced arithmancy texts, a comprehensive guide to ancient runes, books on magical theory that wouldn't be covered until 5th year at the earliest. Her parents had looked at the reading list with a mixture of pride and concern, then bought her everything she'd asked for, plus a new bookmark that glowed softly in the dark. And then there's the time turner. Even thinking about it made her breath catch. The small hourglass on its chain, currently hidden beneath her robes, pressed against her chest like a secret made of gold and sand. Professor McGonagall had given it to her just this morning, her expression stern but her eyes understanding. "This is not a toy, Miss Granger. It is a serious magical instrument to be used solely for academic purposes. The Ministry has very strict regulations about time travel, and I expect you to follow every one of them." Hermione had nodded solemnly, overwhelmed by the trust being placed in her, by the sheer impossibility of what she was being allowed to do. Turn back time, attend multiple classes simultaneously, learn everything she wanted to learn without having to choose. I have 9 subjects this year. 9. Arithmancy, ancient runes, divination, plus the standard 7. My schedule is literally impossible without the time turner, with classes overlapping by as much as 2 hours. But I can do this. I can manage it. I have to. Ron had noticed the weight of her bag when she'd boarded the train, had made a joke about her taking the entire library home for summer. Harry had been quieter, his eyes shadowed by something he hadn't shared yet. And Hermione had wanted to tell them about the time turner, about the extraordinary privilege she'd been given. But McGonagall's warnings about secrecy had been clear. Some burdens are meant to be carried alone, at least at first. The countryside rolled past, familiar and comforting. They passed the place where they always caught their first glimpse of Hogwarts, still hidden but waiting, patient as stone. Hermione felt something in her chest loosen and settle, a tension she hadn't realized she'd been carrying all summer. Home. We're going home. 8th of September, 1993. Time is stranger than I imagined. Hermione sat in her library corner, except it wasn't quite her library corner yet, because she'd been here 3 hours ago and would be here again in 2 hours, and the paradoxes made her head ache if she thought about them too long. Monday was my first day using the time turner properly. I woke at 6, attended Transfiguration at 9, then turned back time to attend Arithmancy at 9, then Charms at 11, back to attend Ancient Runes at 11. Lunch involved turning back twice to catch all 3 of my overlapping afternoon classes. By dinner, I'd lived approximately 14 hours in the span of 8. My body thinks it's 8 o'clock, but I've experienced enough for an entire day and a half. I'm exhausted in ways I've never been exhausted before. Not physically tired, but something deeper. Time tired, existence tired. But oh, the classes. Arithmancy was everything she'd hoped. The precise mathematical beauty of magic reduced to numbers, the way Professor Vector explained magical probability using equations that made perfect, elegant sense. Ancient runes opened worlds of understanding about the fundamental structure of spells, why certain wand movements worked and others didn't, the language underlying all magic, even divination, which she'd attended more out of completeness than genuine interest, had its moments. Professor Trelawney was clearly a fraud, or at least dramatically over-dramatic, but the actual theory of divination was fascinating. The intersection of probability, intuition, and magical sensitivity, the way certain individuals could perceive patterns in chaos. I dropped divination after 2 weeks. The professor predicted my death by drowning, then by falling, then by dragon attack, and I realized life was too short to waste on theatrical nonsense when I could use those hours for additional study in subjects I actually valued. The library had become her anchor point, the place she returned to between temporal jumps. She'd established a system, leave her bag in her corner, take only what she needed for the next class, return and swap materials before turning back time. It worked mostly, though she'd had several near misses where she'd almost run into herself in corridors. McGonagall's warnings about not being seen by my past self have taken on new urgency. Yesterday, I had to hide in a suit of armor for 5 minutes because past me was taking longer than expected to reach the Charms corridor. The armor was very uncomfortable and smelled like old metal and something that might have been bat droppings. 16th of September 1993. Harry is upset about something he won't discuss. Ron is worried about Harry. And I'm caught between wanting to help and needing to attend my 7 simultaneous Monday morning classes. The Gryffindor common room had been tense lately. Harry kept having odd reactions to things, flinching at unexpected noises, going pale when certain topics came up. Hermione had noticed but hadn't known how to ask, and her schedule made finding quiet moments for serious conversations nearly impossible. I'm starting to understand the cost of the time turner. Yes, I can attend all my classes. Yes, I'm learning at the pace I've always wanted. But I'm also missing things. The casual moments, the spontaneous conversations, the ability to just exist without constantly checking what time it is and which version of myself should be where. She'd started knitting more obsessively, partly because the repetitive motion helped her think, and partly because it was one of the few activities she could do while time turned without anyone noticing something odd. Her technique had improved dramatically over the summer. Her mother's friend had taught her new stitches, complicated patterns, ways to incorporate basic charms into the fabric itself. I'm making scarves for the house elves, proper ones this time, with warming charms and self-cleaning enchantments worked into the knit. Each one takes about a week of spare moments, time I steal between classes, during breakfast while others chat, late at night when the common room empties. The repetition is soothing. Knit, purl, knit, purl. Watch the pattern emerge row by row. Cast the spell at specific points in the pattern so the magic becomes part of the structure itself. It's arithmancy applied to textile arts, really. Mathematical magic made soft and warm. Crookshanks had arrived with her from home this year. A magnificent ginger cat with a squashed face and more intelligence than any normal feline should possess. He'd taken one look at her impossible schedule and apparently decided someone needed to monitor her. Following her to the library, curling in her lap during study sessions, purring disapproval when she stayed up too late. Ron hates him, says he's trying to eat Scabbers, his rat. But I've watched Crookshanks around Scabbers, and it's not hunting behavior, it's something else. Recognition, almost. Like he knows something about that rat that we don't. Animals see things humans miss. I learned that from Hagrid, from observing how the Thestrals respond to Harry even though most students don't know they exist. Crookshanks sees something in Scabbers that troubles him, but Ron won't hear it. And now, there's tension between us that wasn't there before. Another cost of third year, watching friendships strain under different pressures. 13th of October 1993. Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban, and the Dementors have come to Hogwarts. Hermione wrote the words carefully, as if making them neat on the page would somehow make the situation less terrifying. The whole wizarding world was in uproar, a mass murderer loose, the first person to ever escape the wizard prison, and apparently he was after Harry specifically. The Dementors are the worst things I've ever encountered, and I've faced a mountain troll and a basilisk. At least those were physical threats you could understand. But the Dementors, they make you feel like you'll never be happy again. Like joy is a lie you told yourself, and now you're facing the cold truth of existence. Harry has it worse than Ron or I. He actually faints when they get too close, says he hears his mother screaming before Voldemort killed her. I can't imagine carrying that memory, having it forced to the surface every time those things come near. The castle felt different with Dementors guarding it. Colder, despite the house elves' best efforts to keep fires burning in every room. Darker, even though the same torches lit the corridors. Students moved in tight groups, and even the portraits seemed more subdued. Hermione had thrown herself into research with renewed intensity, partially as distraction, partially because knowledge felt like the only weapon she had against shapeless dread. She'd found books about Dementors in the restricted section, with Professor McGonagall's permission, noting she was researching defensive magic, learned about their nature, their weaknesses, the spells that could repel them. The Patronus charm. That's the defense against Dementors. A guardian made of positive energy, powered by the strongest, happy memory you can summon. It's NEWT level magic at least, possibly beyond that. But Harry needs to learn it if he's going to survive Black's supposed pursuit. I've been practicing in the Room of Requirement, a space I discovered by accident when I desperately needed somewhere to study without fear of running into my past self. The room appears when you need it, provides what you require. Right now, it's providing me with practice targets and privacy. My Patronus is incorporeal so far, just silver mist, no form. But I can feel it working, can sense the magic responding to my happiest memories. Learning I was a witch, being sorted into Gryffindor, the moment Harry and Ron became my friends. Every small victory, every warm moment, woven together into defensive magic. 3rd November, 1993. I've started SPEW, the Society for the Protection of Elfish Welfare. Ron had laughed when she'd announced it at dinner. Harry had looked supportive, but confused. But Hermione had been serious, had been building to this since first year, when she'd realized how thoroughly the wizarding world ignored house elf exploitation. The house elves do everything. They cook every meal, clean every corridor, maintain every fireplace, wash every student's laundry. They keep Hogwarts functioning, and nobody even sees them. They're invisible by design, by culture, by centuries of systematic suppression. And the worst part? They've been conditioned to accept it, to think they deserve servitude, that freedom would be shameful. It's not just exploitation. It's psychological conditioning so complete that the victims defend their own oppression. She'd been reading about historical precedents, movements for change, strategies for advocacy, ways to shift cultural perspectives. Her knitting had taken on new purpose, not just warm scarves for house elves, but visible symbols, hats and socks and other garments that, if accepted, would technically free the elves from service. I know the elves are insulted by my offerings. I've watched Dobby carefully collect and treasure the items I leave, but the Hogwarts elves hide them or throw them away. They're not ready for freedom, don't want it, would be traumatized by it. But I'm not doing this for immediate results. I'm doing it to plant seeds, to make people think, to start conversations that should have happened centuries ago. Social change doesn't happen overnight. It happens through persistent, uncomfortable agitation. Her badge making had become elaborate. She'd learned charms to create buttons with SPEW spelled out in glittering letters, added self-adhesive enchantments so they'd stick to robes. She'd set up recruitment tables in the common room, prepared pamphlets about elf rights, organized meetings that currently consisted of herself, Harry, and occasionally Ron when she guilted him into attending. Harry supports me because he's kind and wants to see me happy. Ron thinks I'm mental, but comes along because we're friends. neither of them actually cares about house elf welfare the way I do. And that's frustrating, but also understandable. I'm learning that being right about something doesn't automatically make people agree with you. That fighting for justice often means fighting alone, at least at first. That sometimes the bravest thing is continuing to care when everyone else thinks you're being ridiculous. 21st December 1993. Professor Lupin is the best defense against the dark arts teacher we've ever had. Hermione sat in the nearly empty common room. Most students had gone home for Christmas, but she'd stayed to maximize study time and avoid questions about her schedule, and thought about the difference a good teacher made. He actually teaches, not like Lockhart who performed, or Quirrell who stuttered through lessons. Lupin explains concepts clearly, demonstrates practically, adjusts his teaching to accommodate different learning styles. He's patient with Neville, challenging with me, encouraging with Harry. And he's teaching Harry the Patronus charm. Private lessons, extra sessions, real advanced magic because Harry needs it, and Lupin recognizes that need. It's exactly the kind of individual attention that makes the difference between survival and tragedy. She'd been practicing her own Patronus work in parallel, using the techniques she'd read about and observed during Harry's lessons. From a distance, not spying, just coincidentally studying in locations where she could overhear. Her silver mist was getting denser, starting to take shape, though she couldn't quite hold the form yet. My happiest memory keeps shifting. First, it was getting my Hogwarts letter, then being sorted. Then the troll incident when Harry and Ron became my friends. But lately, it's something simpler. Sitting in the common room with Crookshanks in my lap, Harry and Ron arguing about Quidditch, the fire warm, my knitting growing row by row, and feeling completely at home. That memory, that sense of belonging, that's strong enough to generate real defensive magic. The castle was peaceful during the holidays. Snow fell softly over the grounds, transforming everything into a Christmas card vision of itself. The Great Hall's decorations were spectacular as always. 12 trees hung with enchanted icicles, magical snow that fell but never landed, garlands that sang carols when you walked past. Hermione had spent Christmas morning in the library, of course, then joined Harry, Ron, and the few other remaining students for dinner. The house elves had outdone themselves despite the small crowd, or perhaps because of it, creating a feast that felt intimate rather than institutional. Harry gave me a book on advanced wand theory. Ron gave me chocolate and a card with a joke about getting a life outside the library. I gave Harry a broomstick servicing kit and Ron a book about the Chudley cannons that I'd found in a second-hand shop in Diagon Alley. But the best gift was unmarked, a collection of knitting needles in various sizes, beautiful hand-carved wood with a note that said only, "For creating warmth." I think it might have been from Professor McGonagall, though she'd never admit it. The house elves also left me something, a perfect miniature scarf, knitted with impossibly tiny stitches, in colors that shift between all 4 house colors depending on the angle. It's beautiful and heartbreaking, their way of acknowledging my efforts while also showing me how far I still have to go in both knitting and understanding. 15th February 1994. Time is becoming difficult to manage. Hermione stared at her planner, at the color-coded schedule that covered every hour of every day, at the small notations that reminded her when to turn back, when to move forward, when to exist in linear time like a normal person. I'm so tired. Not sleepy tired, though I'm that too, but tired of being careful, tired of watching every word so I don't reference something that hasn't happened yet for my present time companions, tired of living the same hours multiple times and finding them both familiar and strange. I've lived approximately 4 months, more than Harry and Ron this school year. 4 months of additional experience, additional classes, additional exhaustion. I'm 13 years old, chronologically, but I've lived almost 14 years just since September. The library had become less a sanctuary and more a workspace, another obligation in a schedule of obligations. She still loved learning, still craved knowledge, but the joy was being slowly crushed under the weight of too much, too fast, too constantly. My arithmancy essay is brilliant. My ancient runes translation is flawless. My transfiguration practical earned a rare smile from Professor McGonagall. But I can't remember the last time I just sat and read for pleasure, with no deadline looming, no next class approaching, no temporal mechanics to consider. Crookshanks had started sitting on her planner when she opened it, as if trying to hide it from her. Sometimes she thought the cat was smarter than most humans. Certainly he understood the concept of too much better than she seemed to. Ron and I had a terrible fight about Scabbers. He's missing, and Ron blames Crookshanks. And I tried to explain that cats have hunting instincts, but also Scabbers has been acting oddly for months. And maybe Ron should consider that his rat might just be old or sick or hiding. Ron said I cared more about my mental cat than about his feelings. I said he was being irrational. We both said things we shouldn't have. And now there's this awful distance between us that makes my chest hurt. Harry's caught in the middle, trying to maintain peace, but you can see it wearing on him too. The Dementors, the threat from Sirius Black, his own history of magic essay that he still hasn't started, and now his 2 best friends barely speaking. I hate this. I hate that my schedule doesn't leave room for proper apologies, for the long conversations needed to fix friendships. I hate that I'm becoming someone who prioritizes essays over people, but I also don't know how to stop. Don't know how to admit that maybe taking 9 subjects was too many, that the time turner might be too much power for a 13-year-old, that I might have been wrong about my own capacity. 18th of April, 1994. Everything has changed. Again, the revelation about Sirius Black, that he wasn't a murderer, wasn't after Harry to kill him, was actually Harry's godfather, and had been wrongly imprisoned for 12 years, had hit them all like a bludger to the chest. But for Hermione, it came with additional context that made her head spin. Peter Pettigrew is alive, was alive, has been alive for 12 years as Ron's rat Scabbers, an animagus, an unregistered one, hiding in plain sight in Gryffindor Tower, while everyone hunted Sirius Black for crimes Pettigrew himself committed. Crookshanks knew. My brilliant, impossible cat knew something was wrong with that rat from the very first time he saw him. And I defended him, and Ron hated me for it. And we were both right and both wrong in ways neither of us could have imagined. The night in the Shrieking Shack, the revelations that cascaded one after another, the horror of learning that someone had lived in their dormitory for years. It was too much to process even now, days later. And then the time turner, the real, dangerous, save people's lives use of time travel that McGonagall never intended when she gave it to me for attending classes. Harry and I went back 3 hours, saved Buckbeak, saved Sirius, changed the timeline in ways that should have been impossible. We saw ourselves, fought alongside ourselves. I threw rocks at my own head to get our past selves to notice the werewolf. It was terrifying and exhilarating and completely mad. And I understand now why the ministry has such strict rules about time turners. Because if we could save Sirius and Buckbeak, why not save everyone? Why not go back and prevent every bad thing? But it doesn't work like that. We learned that from Professor Lupin's lessons about temporal magic. You can't change what's already happened, only ensure that what happened happens. The timeline is fixed, even when you're the one fixing it. Sitting in her library corner now, Crookshanks purring in her lap, Hermione tried to make sense of the year that had been, the impossible schedule, the strained friendships, the discovery that time was both more flexible and more rigid than she'd imagined. I'm returning the time turner. I've already told Professor McGonagall. The year isn't over yet, but I can't keep doing this. Living multiple hours for every hour, aging faster than my friends, missing the moments that matter while attending classes that don't. She understood, said she'd been worried, had watched me growing more exhausted, had hoped I'd recognize my own limits before reaching them. She was kind about it, but I could see the relief in her eyes. The sign of true wisdom, Miss Granger, is not knowing everything, but knowing what matters most. 20th June, 1994, third year's ending, and I'm different than I was in September. The Hogwarts Express would leave tomorrow. Hermione's trunk was packed, her books organized, her knitting projects carefully wrapped. But tonight, she sat in the common room with Harry and Ron, watching the fire burn low, and thought about transformation. I learned that you can want too much, can reach for everything, and find yourself holding nothing that matters, can schedule every moment and miss the meaning of moments entirely. The time turner taught me that time is precious, not because you can expand it, but because it's finite. Every hour matters. Every choice about how to spend it matters. And sometimes the bravest thing is not doing everything, but choosing what truly counts. Her Patronus had finally taken form. During the night, they'd saved Sirius and Buckbeak, a silver otter, playful and clever and surprisingly fierce when needed. She'd been shocked by the shape, had expected something more obviously studious, but Lupin had smiled when she told him. Otters are intelligent, resourceful, and devoted to their family groups. They use tools, solve complex problems, and play with genuine joy. It suits you, Miss Granger. All of you. Not just the parts you show in class. The reminder had been gentle but important. She was more than her grades, more than her schedules, more than her academic achievements. She was a friend, a fighter, someone who cared deeply enough to knit scarves for house elves and throw herself between her friends and danger. Ron and I reconciled properly yesterday. Really talked, not just awkward apologies, but actual conversation about why we fought, what we were both afraid of, how we could do better. He admitted he was jealous of Crookshanks, which was ridiculous, but also somehow sweet. I admitted I'd been so focused on my schedule that I'd stopped really listening to him. "You're still mental," he'd said, but fondly. "But you're our mental friend, and we don't want you any other way. And Crookshanks. Still don't like him, but I'll accept that he's a deeply weird cat who somehow knew things we didn't. Even if he did traumatize poor Scabbers, Peter, whatever. That rat deserved to be traumatized." Harry had been quieter, processing the loss of Sirius to hiding. the brief glimpse of what family could have meant. But they'd sat together, the three of them, and that had been enough. Sometimes, presence was better than words. My knitting has become something more than a hobby. It's meditation, creativity, activism, and love all wrapped in yarn. I've made blankets for all 4 common rooms now, left them anonymously with notes about warmth and unity. I've made dozens of items for house elves, even though most are rejected. I've made scarves for my friends, charmed to keep them warm and safe. Knitting taught me that you build things slowly, stitch by stitch, that mistakes can be unraveled and redone, that creating something with your hands, something soft and useful and kind, is its own form of magic. The fire crackled softly, and outside, an owl called across the darkening grounds. Tomorrow, they'd board the train, return to separate lives for the summer. But tonight, they were together, and that was what mattered. 3rd year taught me about limits and choices, about time and friendship, about the difference between being clever and being wise. I came back in September thinking I could do everything, learn everything, be everything. I'm leaving in June knowing that I can't, and that's okay, because I don't need to do everything. I just need to do what matters. Love my friends. Fight for what's right. Keep learning, but at a pace that leaves room for living. Create warmth in whatever way I can. I'm 13 years old. 13 and several extra months technically, but I'm not counting those anymore. I'm a Gryffindor, a friend, a fighter, a knitter of scarves, and a turner of time. I'm learning to be brave not just in facing danger, but in admitting weakness, in asking for help, in choosing rest when I need it. Hermione closed her journal and tucked it carefully into her bag. The common room was nearly empty now, just her and Harry and Ron and the dying fire and the comfortable silence of people who'd been through too much together to need constant conversation. Home, she thought, looking at her friends. This feeling, right here. This is what I was protecting when I threw myself between Harry and Sirius. What I was fighting for when I insisted we save them both. Not grades or achievements, or knowing everything. This warmth, this belonging, this love. The fire burned down to embers, and somewhere in the castle, a clock struck midnight. 3rd year was officially over. Summer beckoned, and with it, rest and recovery, and the simple joy of time that moved at normal speed. But September would come again. 4th year awaited, with its own challenges and lessons and transformations. And Hermione Granger, no longer trying to do everything, but focused on doing what mattered, was ready. 1st September, 1994. The Hogwarts Express hummed with unusual energy this year, conversations buzzing with speculation about the Tri-Wizard tournament. Hermione sat by the window, watching the familiar countryside blur past, and tried to ignore the knot of anxiety in her stomach. 4th year. We're 4th years now, and everything feels different. Not just because of the tournament, though that's certainly part of it, but because we're different. Older, yes, but also changed by everything we've been through. 3 years of near-death experiences will do that to you. Harry looked better than he had at the end of last term, though still troubled by his scar hurting and dreams he wouldn't fully discuss. Ron was excited about the tournament, already speculating about which schools would send champions and what the tasks might involve. And Hermione had spent the summer reading everything she could find about the Tri-Wizard tournament's history, which was considerably darker than the ministry's cheerful announcements suggested. The tournament hasn't been held in over a century because people kept dying, not occasionally, regularly. The last tournament in 1792 resulted in all 3 champions being hospitalized and 1 requiring permanent residence at St. Mungo's. Before that, there were deaths, disappearances, and at least 1 incident involving a cockatrice that resulted in 73 casualties among spectators. And now they're bringing it back, bringing students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang to compete in tasks designed to be dangerous, all for magical cooperation and international understanding. It seems remarkably foolish, but she kept these thoughts to herself for now, watching her friend's excitement and not wanting to dampen it with historical facts about tournament-related fatalities. Sometimes being the one who'd read all the books meant carrying knowledge like a weight, deciding when to share and when to stay silent. I'm not taking as many classes this year, just the standard 7+ ancient runes and arithmancy. No time turner, no impossible schedules, no living the same hours multiple times. Professor McGonagall was right. It's a relief I didn't fully appreciate until I didn't have that weight around my neck anymore. The compartment door slid open and several students peered in, asking if they'd heard about the tournament, if they knew which schools were coming, if they thought Hogwarts would win. Ron held court enthusiastically, while Harry fielded questions with his usual uncomfortable modesty, and Hermione pulled out A History of the Triwizard Tournament to read for the 3rd time. The old rules stated that champions had to be of age, 17 or older, and selected by an impartial magical judge. The Goblet of Fire, they called it, a powerful artifact that could assess worthiness and bind competitors to complete the tournament once selected. I hope they're keeping those age restrictions. The thought of younger students competing in tasks that killed seasoned adult wizards is horrifying. 15th September 1994. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang have arrived, and the castle is transformed. Hermione sat in her library corner, reclaimed enthusiastically on the first day back, with new cushions she'd knitted over the summer and a blanket charmed against library draft, and thought about the spectacle of the past few days. The Beauxbatons students had arrived in a powder blue carriage the size of a house, pulled by enormous winged horses that turned out to be Abraxans. The Durmstrang students had emerged from a ship that rose from the Black Lake like something from a legend, its masts tall and dark against the autumn sky. The Beauxbatons students are elegant in a way that makes me feel awkward and rumpled. Their uniforms are silk, their movements graceful, and they seem to glide rather than walk. Their headmistress, Madame Maxime, is the tallest woman I've ever seen. Hagrid is clearly smitten. The Durmstrang students are intense. Darker uniforms, sharper edges, and everyone's talking about Victor Crumb being among them. The famous Seeker, apparently, though I don't follow Quidditch closely enough to be properly impressed. Ron nearly fainted when he realized. The Great Hall felt crowded now, even with the staff table expanded to accommodate visiting professors and 2 additional tables squeezed in for the guest students. The noise level had increased, conversations mixing languages, French and Bulgarian accents weaving through familiar Scottish burrs and London drawls. I've been observing the different magical education styles. The Beauxbatons students seem more focused on elegance and precise wand movements. Their spellwork is beautiful to watch, Like dance made of magic. The Durmstrang students favor power and efficiency. I saw one practicing in the courtyard, his defensive spells brutally effective with minimal flourish. Different schools, different approaches, but all achieving similar results. It's fascinating from a magical theory perspective. Her SPEW efforts had continued, though with the addition of international students, she'd had to modify her approach. The Beauxbatons students looked at her badges with polite confusion. The Durmstrang students seemed genuinely bewildered by the concept of house elf rights. Victor Crumb actually stopped to ask me about it yesterday. He's less intimidating up close. Quiet, thoughtful, with careful English that he clearly works hard at. In my country, house elves are not common. This is interesting perspective that magical beings should have choice. We talked for almost 20 minutes about different cultural approaches to magical creatures, about how tradition often masquerades as natural law, about the ethics of sentient beings bound to service. He listened more than he spoke, but when he did contribute, his observations were surprisingly insightful. Ron was insufferable afterward, teasing me about discussing magical creature rights with famous Quidditch players. But there was something else in his tone I couldn't quite identify. Jealousy? Surely not. 30th of October, 1994, Halloween. Harry's name came out of the goblet of fire. Even now, hours later with her hand cramping from writing, Hermione couldn't quite process what had happened. The Halloween feast had been spectacular, the goblet selection ceremony dramatic and exciting, until it spat out a fourth name after 3 champions had already been chosen. Harry Potter. For a 4th school that didn't exist, a 4th champion that shouldn't be possible, selected by a magical artifact that couldn't be fooled. Except someone had fooled it. Someone had entered Harry's name despite the age line, despite the protections, despite every safeguard put in place. Someone wanted him in this tournament badly enough to overcome ancient magic. The common room had been chaos afterward. Some students celebrated, thinking Harry had found some brilliant way to enter despite being underage. Others were angry, feeling he'd somehow cheated or attention-seeked his way into glory. And Harry himself had looked stricken, shocked, utterly bewildered by the whole thing. Ron thinks Harry entered himself somehow. They had a terrible fight, Ron accusing Harry of not sharing whatever method he'd used, Harry insisting he didn't enter, both of them too angry and hurt to actually listen to each other. I believe Harry. He's many things, but he's not a liar, and he's certainly not someone who seeks additional danger or attention. If anything, he avoids both whenever possible. Someone else did this to him, put his name in that goblet, and we need to figure out who and why. But convincing Ron of this was proving impossible. He'd stormed off to the dormitory, leaving Harry and Hermione sitting by the fire in uncomfortable silence. I know you didn't enter, I told Harry. He looked at me with such gratitude that my heart hurt. I know you know. I just wish everyone else did. They will. We'll figure this out, and they'll see the truth. But Harry, you're in this now. The goblet creates a magical contract. You have to compete. His face went even paler. I could die. You won't. Because I'm going to research every task, every historical precedent, every possible challenge, and we're going to prepare you for all of it. You're not facing this alone. The library had become her war room. She'd pulled every book on the Triwizard Tournament, every historical account. every analysis of past tasks. Her corner was now fortified with stacks of research materials, parchment covered in notes, strategies outlined in her precise handwriting. If Harry has to compete, he's going to survive. That's not negotiable. 15th November 1994. The first task is approaching, and I've never researched so frantically in my life. Hermione's eyes burned from lack of sleep, her fingers cramped from writing, her brain overstuffed with information about dragons and defensive spells and every Triwizard Tournament first task in recorded history. Dragons. Of course it's dragons. The first task is always something brutally dangerous. And what's more dangerous than facing a nesting dragon protecting her eggs? She'd figured it out by piecing together overheard conversations, observing the preparations on the grounds, and one productive conversation with Charlie Weasley when he'd arrived to help handle the dragons. He hadn't meant to confirm her suspicions, but his careful non-answers had told her everything. Harry needs to play to his strengths. He's an excellent flyer, better than excellent, brilliant. If he can summon his firebolt, if he can face the dragon in the air rather than on the ground, he has a real chance. The problem was teaching him the summoning charm reliably under pressure. Accio was fourth-year curriculum, but Harry's spell work had always been more instinctive than technical. He could produce a corporeal Patronus, magic that most adult wizards couldn't manage, but struggled with straightforward summoning spells because they required a different kind of focus. We've been practicing every evening in empty classrooms. I've hidden objects progressively farther away, made him summon them under increasingly distracting conditions. His accuracy is improving, but the spell still sometimes fails when he's anxious. Visualize the broom, I keep telling him. Not just the idea of it, but the specific details. The balance of it in your hands, the smooth wood, the twigs. Make the connection between you and the object absolute. Victor Crumb had offered to help, which surprised everyone. He'd approached after seeing Harry practice in the entrance hall, had simply said, "I can show you technique for focusing under pressure, if you want." Ron was furious when he heard, kept muttering about Crumb trying to sabotage Harry, about not trusting Durmstrang students, about famous Quidditch players not actually being helpful. His jealousy of both Harry and Crumb is getting worse, and I don't know how to address it without making everything worse. The castle felt divided now. Many students wore badges that said, "Support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion." Some had been charmed to flash Potter stinks when pressed. Hermione had vanished several from people's robes when they got too close to Harry, which resulted in detentions, but felt worth it. Cedric himself has been decent about the whole thing. He doesn't encourage the badge wearing, occasionally tells people to lay off Harry. But he's still competition, still someone who believes Harry entered voluntarily, and the awkwardness between them is painful to watch. 24th of November 1994. The first task. Harry faced a Hungarian horntail and survived. Hermione's hands shook as she wrote, the adrenaline from watching the task still coursing through her system. The stadium had been packed, the crowd roaring, and she'd sat between Ron, who'd finally reconciled with Harry the night before, and Hagrid, her heart in her throat for the entire ordeal. The dragon was massive, 40 feet of scale and spike and fire, with eggs the size of cauldrons and a protective fury that made the air shimmer with heat. And Harry flew straight at it. The summoning charm had worked. His firebolt had come streaking across the grounds and into his hands, and suddenly the task had transformed from impossible to merely incredibly dangerous. Harry in the air was a different creature, confident, agile, instinctive in ways he never was on the ground. He outflew the dragon, actually outflew it, dodged its fire, feinted and weaved and led it on a chase that ended with him diving for the golden egg while the dragon was distracted. Brilliant and terrifying, and so perfectly Harry, brave to the point of recklessness, but somehow making it work. He got hurt. The horntail's tail caught his shoulder, tore his robes, and left a gash that bled all down his arm. But he got the egg, tied for first place with Victor Crumb. Survived what should have been impossible. The celebration in the Gryffindor common room had been massive. Someone had somehow acquired butterbeer. Fred and George had created magical fireworks that filled the tower with golden sparks, and Harry had been passed around like a trophy until Hermione had rescued him and forced him to sit down before his injured shoulder got worse. Ron apologized properly, really apologized. Not just the quick, sorry mate, but actual words about being jealous and stupid and a terrible friend. Harry forgave him immediately, of course. That's who Harry is. Someone who doesn't hold grudges, who understands human weakness, who'd rather have his friend back than be right. I'm so relieved they've reconciled. The past few weeks of tension, of being caught between them, of watching them hurt each other through pride and misunderstanding, it was awful. We're better together, stronger together. We need each other. 14th of December, 1994. There's going to be a Yule Ball, and the entire castle has lost its collective mind. Hermione looked up from her Transfiguration essay, a detailed analysis of cross-species transformation ethics that she was rather proud of, and observed the common room chaos. Girls huddled in corners, discussing dress robes and hairstyles. Boys practiced asking each other to the ball with varying degrees of awkwardness. The whole thing was simultaneously amusing and exhausting. It's part of the tournament tradition, a formal ball on Christmas night, champions required to open the dancing. Which means Harry needs a date, and the poor boy looks like he'd rather face another dragon. Ron has been trying to work up courage to ask someone for weeks. He'll start to approach a girl, lose his nerve, come back and complain that all the good ones are taken. I've pointed out that maybe he should just ask someone he actually likes instead of whoever he thinks is most desirable. But apparently, that's unhelpful advice. Victor Crumb had asked her to the ball 3 days ago, just walked up to her in the library, sat down across from her, and said in his careful English, "I would like to take you to ball, if you want to go with me." I was so surprised I dropped my quill. Victor Crumb, famous Quidditch player, Durmstrang champion, someone who could ask literally anyone, wanted to take me. Hermione Granger, who most people think of as Harry Potter's bookish friend. I said yes. Of course I said yes. Not because he's famous, though Ron seems convinced that's the only reason, but because he's been kind to me, interested in my ideas, willing to have actual conversations about things that matter. Because when we talk, he listens, really listens, in a way that makes me feel seen. Ron's reaction had been predictably dramatic. First disbelief, then accusations of choosing Crumb to make Ron jealous, which was absurd. Then sullen silence that had lasted for 2 days now. I don't understand why he's so upset. He never asked me to the ball, never indicated he was interested in me as anything but Harry's friend who helps with homework. But now that someone else is interested, suddenly he cares? It's infuriating and confusing in equal measure. Her dress robes hung in the dormitory wardrobe, periwinkle blue, flowing, more elegant than anything she'd ever owned. Her mother had sent them with a note about how grown-up Hermione was becoming, and Hermione had stood in front of the mirror trying to imagine herself at a ball, dancing, being someone other than the girl who lived in the library. Lavender and Parvati have offered to help with my hair and makeup. I accepted, partly because I have no idea what I'm doing, and partly because it feels like a peace offering after years of being friendly, but not quite friends. They're excited about the transformation potential, keep talking about curls and elegant styles. Part of me is excited too. The part that's tired of being seen as just clever, just studious, just the girl with all the answers. I want to be other things too, elegant, graceful, someone who can attend a ball and belong there, not instead of being clever, but in addition to it. 25th of December, 1994, Christmas and the Yule Ball. Tonight, I was beautiful. Hermione wrote the words carefully, still slightly stunned by the truth of them. She'd spent so many years being the smart one, the prepared one, the one with the answers. Never the pretty one, never the boys noticed. But tonight had been different. Lavender and Parvati worked magic with my hair, straightened the frizz into sleek curls, pinned it up in a style that looked effortless but took over an hour. Subtle makeup that enhanced rather than masked. The periwinkle dress robes that flowed when I moved made me feel graceful in ways I'd never felt before. When I walked down to meet Victor, the common room went silent. Actually silent. And then Ron said, "Hermione," in this shocked voice, like he'd never really seen me before. The Great Hall had been transformed into a winter wonderland. Ice sculptures that never melted, enchanted snow falling from a ceiling that showed stars, hundreds of fairy lights creating constellations that slowly moved across the walls. The band was brilliant, the food spectacular, and the whole evening felt like stepping into a story. Victor was a perfect gentleman, helped me navigate the opening dance, even though I kept stepping on his feet, introduced me to his headmaster, asked if I was enjoying myself every few minutes, like he genuinely cared about the answer. We talked during dinner about everything, his experience at Durmstrang, the emphasis on dueling and defense, how different it was from Hogwarts' approach, about his Quidditch career starting so young, the pressure of fame, how sometimes he just wanted to be a normal student who could walk through corridors without being mobbed. "You understand," he'd said. "You are friend with Harry Potter. You see how fame is difficult." I did understand. I'd spent 3 years watching Harry struggle with unwanted attention, with expectations and accusations, and the weight of being seen as a symbol rather than a person. But the evening had been complicated by Ron's behavior. He'd come with Padma Patil, but spent most of the night glowering at Victor, making snide comments, radiating disapproval so intensely it was almost visible. We fought after the ball, really fought, shouting in the common room while other students watched. Ron accused me of fraternizing with the enemy, of betraying Hogwarts by going with a Durmstrang champion. I pointed out that Victor had been nothing but kind and that Ron was being jealous and ridiculous. "You're ruining everything," Ron had yelled. "No, you are. You had all year to ask me, and you didn't. You don't get to be angry that someone else did." The look on his face, hurt and shocked and angry all at once. Then he'd stormed off to the dormitory, and I'd been left standing there with everyone staring. Hermione sat in her library corner now, still wearing her dress robes because she wasn't ready to return to the common room, wasn't ready to face the aftermath of the fight. Crookshanks had found her there, had curled into her lap with his usual prescient understanding that she needed comfort. I had a wonderful time at the ball. I danced, I laughed, I felt beautiful and seen and valued. Victor is kind and interesting and respectful. I should be happy. But instead, I'm sitting in the library at 2 a.m, crying into my cat's fur because one of my best friends can't be happy for me, because wanting to be more than just the clever girl who helps with homework apparently makes me a traitor. Why is it so hard? Why can't I have both? The friendships and the romance, the studying and the dancing, the books and the ball. Why does wanting one thing make people think I'm abandoning everything else? 15th of February, 1995. The second task is approaching, and the Harry is panicking. Hermione looked up from Dark and Difficult Defenses of the Deep, her 7th book on underwater magic in as many days, and watched Harry pace the library with increasing agitation. The golden egg he'd retrieved from the dragon had turned out to contain a clue, but the clue was in Mermish, and understanding it required listening underwater, and the whole thing was needlessly complicated. "You have to put your head underwater to hear the message clearly," I explained for the 3rd time. "The egg is designed to sound terrible in air but makes sense when submerged. It's actually quite clever magical engineering." Harry had finally listened to it properly in the prefect's bathroom, the one place with a tub large enough and private enough for the task. The message was about retrieving something precious from the lake within an hour, something the merpeople had taken, something precious. The phrasing makes me nervous. Personal items, magical objects. The tournament organizers have proven repeatedly that they define dangerous but survivable very differently than I would. The library had become task preparation central again. Hermione had pulled every book on underwater survival, breathing charms, aquatic magical creatures, and the history of the Black Lake. Her corner was now a research fortress, and Madame Pince had stopped even trying to maintain quiet when Hermione was working. Chiliweed. That's the solution. A magical plant that allows breathing underwater by temporarily giving the consumer gills and webbed appendages. It's not common, but Neville mentioned Professor Sprout had some in the greenhouse stores. Harry needs to take it just before entering the lake, time it so the effects last at least an hour, and hope that whatever the merpeople have taken isn't guarded by Grindylows or the giant squid or something worse. Victor had been helpful again, sharing what he'd learned about the lake during his own preparation. He'd chosen a partial transfiguration approach, giving himself a shark's head for breathing and navigation. The magic was complex but effective, and he'd offered to demonstrate the technique. Ron has been slightly less hostile lately. Not friendly exactly, but civil. He apologized for the fight after the Yule Ball, though his apology was more "sorry I yelled" than "sorry I was wrong." But it's progress, and I'm choosing to accept it rather than push for more. The castle had settled into a rhythm now that the international students had been there for months. The Beauxbatons students no longer attracted quite so much attention. The Durmstrang students had integrated into various social circles, and the initial excitement had given way to familiarity. Fleur Delacour, the Beauxbatons champion, is fascinating. Everyone dismisses her as just beautiful, but she's brilliant at charm work, has a strategic mind that rivals anyone's, and handles the constant male attention with a grace I can't help but admire. We've had tea a few times, discussing magical theory and the challenges of being underestimated because of how we look. They see the hair, the face, she'd said in her accented English, and think nothing else matters. But pretty and clever are not opposites, yes. Yes, exactly, yes. Why is that so hard for people to understand? 24th of February, 1995. The second task. Harry saved everyone, not just his own hostage, but all of them. Hermione sat wrapped in blankets by the common room fire, still cold from her time unconscious at the bottom of the Black Lake, and tried to process what Harry had told her about the second task. I was the hostage. Me. The thing Harry would sorely miss that the merpeople took. Not a magical object or a treasure, but a person, a friend. They put me under a sleeping spell and chained me to a rock at the bottom of the lake, and Harry had to come get me. The violation of it, being used without her knowledge or consent, being placed in danger she couldn't prepare for or defend against, being reduced to a prize to be retrieved, made her furious. But worse was learning what Harry had done. He'd found me chained there along with Ron, Fleur's little sister Gabrielle, and Cho Chang, one hostage for each champion. But Fleur hadn't made it, got attacked by Grindylows and had to surface. So Gabrielle was just left there. An 8-year-old girl, chained underwater, waiting for a rescue that wasn't coming. Harry refused to leave her, spent extra time freeing both Ron and Gabrielle, making sure they reached the surface safely. Came in last because he prioritized their lives over the competition. That's who Harry is. Someone who'd risk losing, risk his life, because leaving a child to drown was unthinkable, even though she wasn't his responsibility. The judges gave him extra points for moral fiber, but that feels inadequate for what he did. Ron had been surprisingly thoughtful about the whole thing afterward, processing what it meant that he was what Harry would sorely miss. Makes sense though, doesn't it? Ron had said, trying for casual but landing on genuine. We're best mates. Have been since first year. Of course that's what they'd choose. But I noticed he didn't mention me. Didn't acknowledge that I was Harry's hostage too, that apparently Harry would miss both of us equally. The unspoken truth hung there. I'm important to Harry as a friend, but Ron is something more. They're brothers in all but blood. And that's okay. It is. I have my own place in our trio, my own importance. But sometimes the dynamics shift in ways that remind me that I'm the addition, not the foundation. Victor had been worried about her, had sought her out immediately after the task to make sure she was all right. His concern was genuine, touching in its awkwardness. They should have asked permission, he'd said, angry on her behalf. To use people this way, not right, not respectful. I appreciated his anger more than the judge's apologies. At least someone understood why being used as a tournament prop was dehumanizing, regardless of the safeguards supposedly in place. 1st May 1995, Victor has asked me to visit him in Bulgaria this summer. Hermione stared at the letter in her hands, written in Victor's careful script, and tried to organize her swirling thoughts. He's kind, he's interesting. He treats me like an equal, values my intelligence, makes me feel seen and appreciated. But is that enough? Do I actually have feelings for him? Or do I just like being liked by someone famous? Am I using him to prove something? To Ron, to myself, to everyone who's only ever seen me as the bookish one? The questions circled endlessly, and she didn't have answers. Her knitting needles clicked as she worked on a new project, a complex pattern that required counting and attention, keeping her hands busy while her mind churned. The third task is approaching. The final task, the one that will determine who wins the tournament and takes home the Triwizard Cup. Harry is preparing as best he can, but there's something in his eyes lately. Worry that goes deeper than task preparation. His scar has been hurting more frequently, and he has nightmares he won't fully discuss. Something is wrong. I can feel it the way you feel a storm coming, that pressure in the air before lightning strikes. But I don't know what or how to fix it, and that helplessness is terrifying. The castle had taken on a celebratory atmosphere as June approached. End-of-year exams loomed, but the tournament distracted even the most studious students. Betting pools circulated about who would win. Debates raged about the relative strengths of each champion, and the upcoming third task dominated every conversation. I've been studying maze navigation theory, defensive spells, the magical creatures most commonly used in tournament challenges. I've made lists, prepared strategies, briefed Harry on everything I have learned. But there are too many variables, too many unknown factors. For the first time since the tournament started, I'm genuinely afraid. Not just worried or concerned, but deeply, viscerally afraid that something terrible is going to happen, and I won't be able to stop it. Crookshanks had been agitated lately too, pacing their dormitory at night, yowling at nothing, refusing to settle. Animals knew things humans missed, Hermione had learned, and her cat's anxiety only reinforced her own. Victor is leaving soon. Back to Bulgaria after the third task. Back to his life of Quidditch and fame, and a world I'm not part of. We'll exchange letters, maybe visit, but the easy proximity of this year will be gone. And I think I'm more sad about losing a friend than losing a romantic interest, which probably tells me everything I need to know about my actual feelings. 24th of June, 1995, after the third task. Voldemort is back. Cedric Diggory is dead, and nothing will ever be the same. Hermione's hand shook so badly she could barely hold her quill. The hospital wing was quiet around her, the early morning light grey and cold through the windows. Harry lay sleeping in the bed nearby, finally unconscious after being given a dreamless sleep potion, his face pale and drawn even in rest. I can't write all of it. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But I need to record something. Need to make it real by putting words on parchment, even though every word feels inadequate. The third task was a maze. Harry and Cedric reached the cup together, decided to take it together, both of them winners. But the cup was a portkey. It took them to a graveyard where Peter Pettigrew was waiting, where Voldemort, not dead, not gone, but weak and waiting, had orchestrated everything. They killed Cedric. Just killed him, a 17-year-old boy whose only crime was being in the wrong place, who'd agreed to share victory with Harry out of fairness and friendship. And they used Harry's blood in a ritual to bring Voldemort back to full strength. Harry escaped. Somehow, impossibly, he escaped. Fought Voldemort in a duel, saw his parents' echoes emerge from his wand, grabbed Cedric's body and the portkey, and came back. came back broken and traumatized, but alive, carrying a dead boy and shouting warnings that no one wanted to believe. The whole castle knew something terrible had happened. Cedric's death couldn't be hidden, though the ministry was already trying to spin the story, to claim it was an accident, to avoid the truth that Voldemort had returned. Dumbledore believes Harry. Professor McGonagall believes him. The Order of the Phoenix, an organization I barely understood until tonight, is reforming, preparing for war. But the ministry is refusing to accept the truth. And that might be the most dangerous thing of all. We're not ready. The wizarding world isn't ready. We spent 13 years believing Voldemort was gone, and now he's back and stronger, and we've lost time we can't recover. Ron sat in the chair on Harry's other side, awake but silent, his face showing the same shock Hermione felt. They'd been children yesterday, students worried about exams and tournaments and teenage drama. Today, they were something else, witnesses to murder, believers in a truth the world wanted to deny, soldiers in a war that was just beginning. Victor left this morning, hugged me goodbye, asked me to write, said he hoped to see me again soon. I said yes to all of it, but we both knew the world had changed. His headmaster had already left, pulling Durmstrang students out quickly, worried about the implications of Voldemort's return for their safety. Before he left, Victor pressed something into my hand, a small, carved wooden cat, intricate and beautiful. To remember, he'd said, that there is still good, still beauty, even when dark things come. Hermione set down her quill and looked at Harry's sleeping form, at Ron keeping vigil, at the grey morning light creeping across the stone floor. Fourth year was ending, not with celebration, but with grief, not with triumph, but with terror. I came to Hogwarts 4 years ago, thinking magic was wonderful, and learning was everything, and knowledge could solve any problem. I've learned since then that some problems can't be solved with research, that bravery matters as much as cleverness, that friendship is worth more than grades. But I'm learning something new now, that sometimes knowing the truth means carrying it even when no one believes you. That courage isn't just facing danger, but living with loss. That the world doesn't always make sense, doesn't always have good solutions, doesn't always let you save everyone. Cedric Diggory is dead. Voldemort is back. And fourth year, the year I learned to be more than just clever. The year I went to a ball and felt beautiful. The year I made new friends and discovered new parts of myself, is ending in darkness. But we're still here. Harry, Ron, and I. Still together, still fighting, still refusing to give up, even when giving up would be easier. 'Cause that's what we do. We survive, we adapt, we keep going. Even when the night seems endless, we keep going. Because morning always comes eventually. And when it does, we need to be ready. 1st September 1995. The Hogwarts Express felt oppressive this year, the usual excited chatter muted by an undercurrent of tension. Hermione sat pressed against the window, watching London disappear behind them, and tried to ignore the whispers that followed Harry through the corridors. 5th year, OWL year, the year that determines our futures, according to every professor who's mentioned it. But that feels almost trivial compared to everything else happening. Chapter 6, Shadows and Study. 1st September 1996. The Hogwarts Express felt heavier this year, as if the train itself understood the weight of what they were carrying. Hermione sat by the window, watching the autumn landscape blur past, her new prefect badge polished but feeling somehow tarnished by everything that had happened. 6-year NEWT level courses, advanced magic, career planning, the future stretching ahead. Except the future feels uncertain in ways it never did before. Last year proved that being clever and prepared isn't always enough. Sometimes people die anyway. Her OWL results had been exceptional. 10 outstandings, including one in defense against the dark arts that felt like a particular victory given Umbridge's attempts to prevent them from learning anything useful. But the pride she'd expected to feel was muted, distant, like celebrating a victory in a battle that didn't matter. Harry got his results too. 7 OWLs, all good marks, but he's devastated about the exceeds expectations in potions. Snape only accepts outstanding students into NEWT potions, which means Harry can't become an aura. His dream career, the future he'd been planning, suddenly impossible because of one grade and one professor's arbitrary requirements. It's unfair. Snape's prejudice against Harry has been obvious since first year, and now it's actively derailing Harry's future. But arguing about fairness feels pointless when the world is so comprehensively unfair already. Ron sat across from her, quieter than usual, his prefect badge crooked on his robes. They'd spent most of the summer at the Burrow, training with members of the Order when they could, pretending normalcy when they couldn't. Bill had taught them some curse-breaking techniques. Tonks had worked on their defensive reflexes. Mad-Eye Moody had given them increasingly paranoid lectures about constant vigilance. And through it all, Ron and I have been dancing around what happened last year, the kiss we've never discussed, the feelings we've never acknowledged, the relationship that might exist if either of us were brave enough to define it. We hold hands sometimes. He sits closer than necessary. I catch him looking at me when he thinks I'm not noticing. But neither of us says anything, and the silence is becoming its own statement. The compartment door slid open, interrupting her thoughts. Ginny appeared with Luna Lovegood, both of them looking surprisingly cheerful, given the circumstances. "Room for 2 more?" Ginny asked. "Everywhere else is full of people arguing about whether you know who is really back, and I'd rather not hex anyone before we even reach the castle." I like this version of Ginny. Confident, powerful, unafraid to claim space. She's grown up fighting, spent last year in the Department of Mysteries, proving she could hold her own against Death Eaters. She's not Ron's little sister anymore. She's a warrior in her own right. 8th September 1996. Dumbledore is giving Harry private lessons. Hermione sat in the common room, ostensibly reading advanced potion making, but actually watching Harry's face as he described his first session with the headmaster. Once a week, private instruction, exploring Voldemort's past through memories stored in Dumbledore's pensive. It's unprecedented. The headmaster doesn't give private lessons, not to regular students, not even to the boy who lived. But apparently, understanding Voldemort's history is crucial to defeating him, and Harry needs to see that history firsthand. Part of me is jealous, not of the attention or the danger, but of the learning opportunity. Direct instruction from one of the most powerful wizards alive, access to memories that reveal historical truth, the chance to understand magic at its deepest levels. But another part knows that Harry would trade all of it to have Sirius back, to not need these lessons because Voldemort was actually dead, to be a normal 16-year-old worried about NEWTs and Quidditch instead of carrying the weight of prophecies. Her own NEWT courses were challenging in exactly the way she loved. Arithmancy had progressed to theoretical applications that bordered on beautiful. Magic reduced to pure mathematics, equations that described how spells functioned at fundamental levels. Ancient runes explored the linguistic basis of magical theory, how words and symbols shaped reality. But it's potions that's become unexpectedly fascinating. We have a new professor, Professor Slughorn, who taught Voldemort himself decades ago. He's jovial and political, clearly playing favorites with students he thinks will become famous or useful. He's already invited Harry, me, and several others to his Slug Club dinners. The work itself is more advanced than anything we attempted with Snape. Felix Felicis on the first day, Liquid Luck, one of the most complex potions in existence, and Harry somehow brewed it perfectly, using tips from a battered old textbook he found in the supply cupboard. This textbook, though, it's covered in handwritten notes, improvements to standard methods, shortcuts that actually work. The Half-Blood Prince, the previous owner called themselves. Whoever they were, they understood potions in ways most textbook authors don't. Harry's obsessed with the book, follows its instructions religiously, and his potions work has never been better. But something about those notes troubles me. They're too clever, too dark in places, like someone who understood the theory but had questionable ethics about its application. 23rd September, 1996. Katie Bell was cursed, nearly died, would have died if she'd actually touched the necklace instead of just being near it when it activated. The common room was subdued, students speaking in whispers, the usual evening chatter replaced by anxious speculation. Hermione sat in her corner by the fire, her knitting needles moving mechanically, creating patterns without conscious thought. Someone is trying to kill someone at Hogwarts. That cursed necklace was meant for a specific target. Probably Dumbledore, Harry thinks, though he can't prove it. And somehow it ended up with Katie, who was imperious into carrying it from Hogsmeade back to the castle. The castle doesn't feel safe anymore. It should. It's Hogwarts, protected by centuries of magic, defended by powerful wizards. But Voldemort's forces are finding ways in, using students as unwitting weapons, turning our home into a battlefield. Harry was convinced Draco Malfoy was responsible, had been obsessing about it since Katie's attack. He'd seen Malfoy acting suspiciously in Borgin and Burke's over the summer, noticed him disappearing from the castle at odd hours, caught fragments of conversation that seemed incriminating. He's a Death Eater, Harry insisted yesterday. Voldemort recruited him, gave him a mission, and now he's trying to fulfill it. I wanted to dismiss it as paranoia, as Harry's long-standing animosity toward Malfoy colouring his judgment. But I've seen Malfoy this year too. Thinner, paler, with shadows under his eyes that speak of sleepless nights and crushing pressure. Something is happening with him. Whether it's what Harry thinks or something else entirely, I don't know. Ron believed Harry immediately, had thrown himself into surveillance efforts with enthusiasm that was slightly concerning. They'd tried following Malfoy, using Harry's invisibility cloak and careful timing, but he always seemed to disappear into places they couldn't follow. The room of requirement. Harry thinks Malfoy is using it, has found a way to enter that prevents anyone else from accessing the space while he's inside. The room that helped us build the DA, that provided exactly what we needed when we needed it, is now potentially serving whatever dark purpose Malfoy has. I want to tell Harry he's wrong, that he's letting his prejudices cloud his judgment. But I remember last year, remember being told we were paranoid about Voldemort's return. Remember how right we were when everyone else was wrong. Sometimes, paranoia is just accurate threat assessment. Her knitting had taken on an almost frantic quality lately, scarves and hats accumulating faster than she could distribute them. Each one incorporated more complex protective charms, drawing on NEUT-level magic and theoretical knowledge from her advanced courses. Knitting is meditation. The repetitive motion, the gradual creation, the transformation of simple yarn into something useful and warm. When everything else feels chaotic and dangerous, I can control this, can make something that might protect someone I love. 14th October 1996. Harry used Sectum Sempra on Malfoy. Hermione's hand shook as she wrote, the events of the evening still fresh and horrifying. Harry had followed Malfoy to the bathroom, Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, of all places, and they duelled. And Harry had used a spell from the Half-Blood Prince's book, a spell marked for enemies, without knowing what it did. It cut Malfoy open, like invisible swords slashing across his chest and face, blood everywhere. Malfoy screaming and collapsed on the flooded floor. If Snape hadn't arrived, hadn't known the counter-curse, Malfoy would have bled to death. Harry is devastated, horrified by what he did, by how close he came to killing someone. The prince's book seemed so helpful, so clever, and now it's revealed itself as something darker, spells designed to harm, created by someone who thought in terms of enemies and revenge. I told Harry to get rid of that book weeks ago, told him those notes were suspicious, that we didn't know who the prince was or what their intentions had been. But he wouldn't listen, insisted it was just helpful tips, accused me of being jealous that someone was better at potions than I was. And now, Malfoy's in the hospital wing with curse scars he'll carry forever, and Harry finally understands that clever doesn't mean safe, that knowledge without wisdom is dangerous, that some shortcuts lead somewhere you don't want to go. Snape had given Harry detention for the rest of the year, every Saturday, sorting through old detention records and reading about students punished for similar dark magic. The punishment fit the crime, Hermione supposed, though part of her wondered if Snape wasn't secretly pleased to have legitimate grounds for making Harry's life miserable. The prince's book is hidden somewhere in the castle now. Harry won't tell me where, says he needs to keep it hidden from Snape, but doesn't want to destroy it entirely. I think he's still attached to it despite everything, still values those clever shortcuts, even knowing they came from someone who invented curses for fun. Boys are idiots, brilliant, brave, well-intentioned idiots who nevertheless do catastrophically stupid things. 20th of November 1996. Ron is dating Lavender Brown, and I'm absolutely not fine with it. Hermione stabbed her knitting needles into the yarn with unnecessary force, trying to ignore the sound of Ron and Lavender giggling in the corner of the common room. They'd been dating for 3 weeks now, 3 weeks of public displays of affection, of One and Lav, of Ron suddenly becoming someone she barely recognized. It's my own fault. I invited Cormac McLagan to Slughorn's Christmas party specifically to make Ron jealous. Because I'm 16 and stupid and apparently incapable of just having an actual conversation about feelings like a mature person. Ron retaliated by dating the first girl who showed interest. Or maybe he actually likes Lavender. Hard to tell when they're too busy snogging to have actual conversations. Either way, It's working. I am jealous. Furiously, irrationally, consume my thoughts when I should be studying jealous. Harry was caught in the middle again, trying to maintain friendships with both of them while they communicated through increasingly passive-aggressive comments. It was exhausting for everyone involved, Hermione knew, but she couldn't seem to stop herself from making snide remarks about Ron's relationship every time the opportunity presented itself. Lavender is nice. That's what makes this worse. I can't even hate her properly because she hasn't done anything wrong. She likes Ron, and Ron likes the attention, and the fact that it makes me want to hex things into very small pieces is entirely my problem. But watching them together, seeing Ron be affectionate with someone else when we've been dancing around feelings for over a year, hurts in ways I wasn't prepared for. I didn't realize how much I'd been hoping until I had to watch that hope being given to someone else. Her studies had suffered for the first time in her academic career. She'd actually fallen asleep during History of Magic. Not because of Binns's droning, but because she'd been awake half the night analyzing every interaction she'd had with Ron, trying to figure out where she'd gone wrong, what she could have done differently. This is ridiculous. I'm Hermione Granger. I've fought Death Eaters, organized armies, mastered NEWT-level magic. I should not be reduced to tears by teenage relationship drama. But apparently, I am. Apparently, no amount of intelligence or preparation or knowledge can protect you from having your heart broken by your best friend dating someone else. 25th of December, 1996. Christmas at the Burrow is complicated this year. Hermione sat in Ginny's room, having been officially invited to stay for the holidays by Mrs. Weasley, who'd sensed the tension and wisely separated her from Ron and Lavender's constant togetherness, and tried to find some Christmas spirit. The Burrow is still warm, still full of love and noise and the organized chaos that is the Weasley family. But there's an edge to everything now. Bill got attacked by Fenrir Greyback during a mission for the Order, survived, but with curse scars that won't fully heal. Mrs. Weasley cries when she thinks no one's looking. Mr. Weasley works overtime at the Ministry, trying to combat Voldemort's growing influence. And Ron is still dating Lavender, who thankfully wasn't invited for Christmas, but sends him daily owls that arrive with heart-shaped confetti. Harry had been quiet all holiday, withdrawn in ways that worried Hermione. His lessons with Dumbledore had revealed dark truths about Voldemort's past, Horcruxes, objects containing fragments of soul, methods of achieving immortality through murder. The knowledge was eating at him, the weight of what he'd learned pressing down on his shoulders. He made more than one, Harry had told her and Ron on Christmas Eve, after everyone else had gone to bed. Dumbledore thinks Voldemort split his soul into multiple pieces. That's why he didn't die when the killing curse rebounded. That's why he's so hard to destroy. How many? I asked, dreading the answer. We don't know yet, at least 2. But Dumbledore thinks there might be more. 6 pieces, maybe 7. And we have to find them all, destroy them all, before Voldemort can truly die. The enormity of the task ahead felt crushing. Finding objects that could be hidden anywhere in the world, destroying pieces of soul protected by dark magic, all while avoiding Voldemort's forces and maintaining some semblance of normal student life. But that's what we're facing. That's the war we're preparing for. Not dramatic battles and glorious victories, but a scavenger hunt for pieces of a madman's soul. knowing that missing even one piece means everything was for nothing. Mrs. Weasley had given Hermione a hand-knitted jumper again, this year in a soft lavender that matched her favourite robes. The gesture had made Hermione tear up, this annual reminder that she was claimed by this family, loved and included, even when everything felt complicated. She also gave me a book on advanced household charms with a note tucked inside. For when you need to protect the people you love, she knows. Mrs. Weasley knows we're preparing for war, that we're learning magic beyond our years, that we might need these skills to survive. And instead of trying to stop us, she's helping us prepare. That's love. Not protection from danger, but preparation for facing it. Not denial, but acknowledgement and support. 1st March 1997. Ron was poisoned, nearly died, and I finally told him how I felt. Hermione's quill moved shakily across the page, the terror of the past 24 hours still coursing through her system. Ron had drunk poisoned mead meant for someone else. Dumbledore, probably. Another assassination attempt gone wrong. He'd collapsed, convulsing, foam at his mouth, and Harry had saved him with a bezoar from Slughorn's emergency supply. I stayed at his bedside all night. Wouldn't leave, couldn't leave. Just sat there, holding his hand and watching him breathe and thinking about all the things I'd never said because I was too proud or too scared or too stupid. When he woke up, when he said my name, not Lavender's, mine, something broke open in my chest. All the hurt and jealousy and confusion, and underneath it, the simple truth that I loved him. Had loved him for years, probably. And almost losing him made that truth impossible to ignore. I thought you were going to die, I told him. And all I could think about was that you didn't know, that I'd never told you how I felt, how much you mattered to me, how unbearable it would be if you were gone. He'd stared at me for a long moment, still groggy from the antidote, then said, I broke up with Lavender. What? Last week. I broke up with her. I was going to tell you, but then you were angry about something else, and then this happened. He squeezed my hand. I'm sorry I was an idiot. I'm sorry I dated her to make you jealous instead of just telling you I've had feelings for you since probably 3rd year. They weren't officially dating yet. Ron needed to fully recover. They needed to have actual conversations about what they wanted. Everything was still complicated, but it was a beginning, an acknowledgement, a possibility that hadn't existed before Ron nearly died from poisoned mead. Harry is convinced Draco is behind the poisoning, just like he's convinced Draco cursed Katie Bell. And I'm starting to think he might be right. The evidence is circumstantial, but it's accumulating. Malfoy is under tremendous pressure from something, attempting assassination with increasing desperation, and eventually he's going to succeed. Unless we stop him. Unless we figure out what he's planning and prevent the next attempt before someone actually dies. 15th May, 1997. Dumbledore and Harry are leaving on a mission. Dumbledore asked me to guard the castle with the DA while they're gone. Hermione stood in the room of requirement, reclaimed for one night, one emergency gathering, and looked at the assembled DA members. Not everyone from last year, but enough. Enough who remembered what they'd learned, who understood the stakes, who were willing to fight when called. Something is happening tonight, I told them. I don't know what, but Harry and Professor Dumbledore are leaving the castle on order business, and I have a feeling we need to be ready. Patrol in pairs. Watch the entrances. If you see anything suspicious, anything at all, send up red sparks. Neville volunteered immediately. So did Luna, Ginny, Ron. Others joined, students from multiple houses, united by the training we'd shared and the trust we'd built. The DA might have been officially disbanded, but its spirit remained. Its purpose endured. The castle felt wrong tonight. Not obviously wrong, but subtly. The way the air feels before a storm. Pressure building towards something inevitable. Hermione walked the corridors with Ron, their hands linked, wands ready, and tried to quiet the anxiety churning in her stomach. Something is coming. Has been coming all year. And tonight, whatever Draco Malfoy has been planning, whatever mission he's been attempting, tonight is when it culminates. I just hope we're ready. Hope the training was enough, the preparation sufficient, the courage adequate for whatever we're about to face, because we're not children anymore. We're soldiers in a war that's been building since we were 11 years old. And tonight, the battle comes to Hogwarts. 30th of June, 1997. Dumbledore is dead. Snape killed him. And 6th year is ending in ashes and betrayal. Hermione sat in the hospital wing, her arm in a sling from the battle, surrounded by other wounded students, and tried to process what had happened. The Death Eaters came through the vanishing cabinet. The one Draco had been fixing all year, creating a passage from Borgin and Burke's directly into Hogwarts. They'd attacked while Dumbledore was weakened from the mission with Harry, while the castle's defences were split. We fought them. The DA, the Order members who were stationed at Hogwarts, students who heard the commotion and came running. We fought Death Eaters in the corridors of our home, and somehow we survived. But Dumbledore didn't. Snape, Professor Snape, who he'd trusted, who Dumbledore had vouched for, murdered him. Cast the killing curse on top of the astronomy tower while Harry watched, helpless and frozen. And then he fled with the other Death Eaters, revealed as the traitor he'd apparently been all along. Bill Weasley had been mauled by Greyback again, his face torn and bloodied. Ron's brother, who'd been so handsome and confident, now scarred permanently by a Death Eater's curse. Fleur had declared immediately that she still wanted to marry him, that scars didn't matter, and Hermione had seen Mrs. Weasley's opinion of her future daughter-in-law transform in that instant. Love in the face of darkness. Commitment despite horror. It's the kind of courage that doesn't involve wands or spells, but it's courage nonetheless. Harry was shattered, not just by Dumbledore's death, but by what Dumbledore had told him before they'd left. The prophecy, revealed in full. Neither can live while the other survives. One of them had to kill the other. There was no peaceful resolution, no compromise, no way forward that didn't end in death. And Harry has decided not to return to Hogwarts next year. He's hunting Horcruxes, the pieces of Voldemort's soul that need to be destroyed. It's suicide, probably. Certainly dangerous, beyond anything we've faced before. But it's necessary, and Harry is determined. "I'm coming with you," Ron and I both said immediately. "No, it's too dangerous." "We don't care," Ron said. "You're not doing this alone," I added. "We've been with you since first year, and we're not stopping now. You need us. For research, for planning, for not being a complete martyr who gets himself killed trying to save the world single-handedly." He argued. We argued back. Eventually, exhausted and grieving, he accepted what we'd been telling him for 6 years. We're in this together. Always have been, always will be. The Hogwarts Express would leave tomorrow, carrying students away from the castle that had been their home, their sanctuary, their safe place. Except it wasn't safe anymore. Dumbledore's death proved that nowhere was safe, that protection was an illusion, that the war had truly begun. Sixth year was supposed to be about advanced magic and career planning and figuring out my relationship with Ron. Instead, it was about attempted murder and poisonings and watching our headmaster die. About learning that even the most powerful protections can fail, that even the greatest wizards are mortal, that evil finds ways in no matter how carefully you guard the doors. I'm 16 years old. I should be worrying about NEWTs and university plans and normal teenage concerns. Instead, I'm preparing to spend next year hunting pieces of a Dark Lord's soul while hiding from his forces, knowing there's a good chance we won't survive. But I'm going anyway, because Harry needs me, and Ron needs me, and the world needs someone willing to fight even when the fight seems impossible. Hermione closed her journal and tucked it carefully into her bag. Tomorrow they'd leave Hogwarts, possibly for the last time, possibly forever. But tonight she sat with her friends in the common room, warming her hands by the fire, knitting something protective for the journey ahead, and finding comfort in the familiar ritual. Sixth year taught me that darkness wins sometimes, that good people die, that traitors hide among us, that home isn't always safe. But it also taught me about love, the kind that declares commitment in the face of disfigurement, that stands beside you even when leaving would be smarter, that knits protective scarves and holds hands and refuses to abandon you even when the world is ending. That love is worth fighting for, worth dying for if necessary. The war is here. Summer will bring more loss, more preparation, more impossible choices. And next year we hunt Horcruxes, face Voldemort's forces, and try to save a world that might not deserve saving but needs it anyway. I'm terrified, but I'm ready, because we're more than students now. We're the resistance, the last hope, the ones who refuse to surrender even when surrender is the logical choice. Seventh year is coming, and with it, the final battle. We're ready. The Daily Prophet has spent the entire summer calling Harry a liar and attention seeker, calling Dumbledore a manipulative old fool, denying that Voldemort has returned despite all evidence. The Ministry is so desperate to avoid panic that they're actively working against the truth. And it's working. Most of the wizarding world believes the lies. Harry sat across from her, thinner than he'd been in June, with shadows under his eyes that spoke of nightmares and isolation. Ron was beside him, loyal as always. But even Ron seemed worn down by the summer's constant barrage of propaganda. I spent the summer at Grimmauld Place with them, headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix, Sirius's family home, dark and oppressive and full of secrets. We weren't allowed to participate in order business, of course. Too young, they said. But we listened at doors, pieced together information, understood that a war was starting whether the Ministry admitted it or not. The compartment door slid open, and several fifth years peered in. Their expressions ranged from curious to hostile, and Hermione could practically hear their thoughts. Is it true? Did he really make it all up? Why would Dumbledore support such obvious lies? Leave him alone, I said, my voice sharper than intended. They left, but their whispers echoed down the corridor. This is what we're facing this year. Not just exams and studying, but a constant battle against willful ignorance. The Ministry has appointed Dolores Umbridge as defense against the dark arts teacher, supposedly to improve standards, but really to monitor Dumbledore and suppress any mention of Voldemort's return. We haven't even reached the castle yet, and I can already feel the fight coming. 5th September 1995. Dolores Umbridge is the most dangerous person I've ever encountered, and she's never cast a single dark spell. Hermione sat in her library corner, her hands shaking with suppressed fury, and tried to organize her thoughts about their new professor. The woman wore pink cardigans and spoke in a girlish voice and smiled with saccharine sweetness while implementing policies that were fundamentally cruel. Her first lesson was a joke. She had us put away our wands. There's no need for dangerous practical magic in a properly theoretical defense class, and assigned us reading from a textbook that covered nothing useful. When Harry questioned the approach, when he dared to suggest that learning defensive spells might be important given that dark wizards exist, she gave him detention. And not just any detention. Lines. Writing, I must not tell lies, with a special quill that carves the words into the back of his hand, using his own blood as ink. It's torture disguised as punishment, and it's legal because she has ministry authority. The realization of what they were facing had settled like ice in Hermione's stomach. This wasn't an enemy you could defeat with clever spells or careful research. This was institutional power wielded by someone who believed bureaucracy and control mattered more than truth or safety. I've been reading her educational decrees. She's posting them faster than anyone can keep up with. Restrictions on student organizations, limitations on gathering, increased ministry oversight of all teaching materials. Each one erodes a bit more of Hogwarts' autonomy, makes the school a bit more like a prison. And most students don't even notice. They're too focused on OWLs, or Quidditch, or normal teenage concerns to see the systematic dismantling of everything Hogwarts is supposed to be. Her knitting had become almost violent lately. Needles clicking with sharp efficiency, stitches pulled tight with suppressed anger. She was working on scarves in DA colors before the DA even existed. Some part of her already planning resistance, even if she couldn't articulate it yet. We need to do something. We can't just sit through a year of useless theory while Voldemort builds his power. We need practical defense training, real preparation, actual skills that might keep us alive. But how do you organize resistance when the enemy controls all the official channels? 20th of September, 1995. We're forming a defense group, in secret, in direct violation of Umbridge's educational decrees. The idea had come together gradually, conversations between Harry, Ron, and herself that slowly expanded to include others. Students who believed Harry, who understood the danger, who wanted to learn real defensive magic even if the school wouldn't teach it. I suggested the Hogshead for the first meeting, far enough from the castle that Umbridge won't notice, dingy enough that we won't stand out. Sent coins to potential members with the date and time. 28 students showed up. 28 people willing to risk everything to learn from Harry, because that's what we're asking him to do. Teach us. Share what he knows. And Harry knows more about fighting dark magic than most adult wizards. He's faced Voldemort 3 times and survived. He can produce a corporeal Patronus. He's exactly the teacher we need. But convincing Harry to lead had been difficult. He didn't think of himself as qualified, kept kept insisting he'd just been lucky, that he didn't know anything worth teaching. It had taken all of Hermione's persuasive abilities and several passionate speeches about his unique experience to convince him. "You've fought things most people never encounter," I told him. "You've survived situations that would kill trained aurors. You're not just lucky, you're skilled and brave, and exactly what we need." Finally, reluctantly, he'd agreed. The organization needed structure, logistics, a name. Hermione had thrown herself into planning with the same intensity she brought to exam preparation. Meeting times, practice locations, communication methods, membership management, all the administrative details that would make or break their secret resistance. Ginny suggested Dumbledore's Army for the name, partly as a statement of loyalty to the headmaster Umbridge wants to undermine, partly to thumb our noses at the Ministry's greatest fear. It's perfect. We're the DA now, and we're going to fight back in the only way we can, by learning. Finding a practice location had been the biggest challenge until Harry remembered something from fourth year, a room that appeared when you needed it, that provided what you required. The room of requirement on the 7th floor, hidden behind a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. I'd used it occasionally during third year with the time turner when I needed a place to study without running into my past self. But I never imagined it could become this, a full defense practice space with training dummies, bookshelves full of relevant texts, cushions for breaks, and enough room for 30 students to practice spell work. The room knows what we need before we ask. It's like Hogwarts itself is supporting our resistance. 15th October, 1995. Our first official DA meeting was extraordinary. Hermione arrived early to help Harry set up, her stomach churning with nervous excitement. The room of requirement had configured itself perfectly. Open space for practice, mannequins that could be spelled to defend themselves, mirrors along one wall so students could check their form, and stacks of cushions for those inevitable moments when spells went wrong. Harry was terrified. I could see it in the way he kept adjusting his robes, checking his notes, the ones I'd made him write about teaching structure, avoiding eye contact with anyone. The boy who'd faced dragons and dementors and Voldemort himself was scared of teaching his peers. "You'll be brilliant," I told him. "Just show them what you showed us. Be honest, be patient, and remember that everyone here wants to learn." 28 students filed in, their faces ranging from eager to skeptical. Hermione took attendance with the enchanted galleon system she'd designed, coins that would heat up and display meeting times when she activated the prototype, allowing secret communication that couldn't be intercepted. The Protean charm on the galleons is NEWT level magic, and I'm rather proud of getting it to work reliably. Each coin is linked to the master, changes reflecting across all of them simultaneously. It's elegant, secure, and exactly the kind of practical application of arithmancy that makes me love magical theory. Harry had started with the basics. Expelliarmus, the disarming charm. Simple, effective, the spell that had saved his life more than once. He demonstrated the wand movement, explained the pronunciation, paired students up to practice, and he was good at it, actually good. Patient when someone's wand movement was off, encouraging when spells didn't work immediately, firm but kind when people got frustrated. He moved between pairs, offering individual corrections, demonstrating variations, sharing stories about when he'd used the spell successfully. Neville was paired with me. His hands shook when he raised his wand, muscle memory from years of being told he was useless at magic. But I saw the determination in his eyes, the way he set his jaw and tried again after each failed attempt. "You can do this," I told him. "You're better than you think you are. Trust yourself." On his 7th try, his Expelliarmus actually disarmed me, sending my wand spinning across the room. The shocked delight on his face was worth every risk we're taking. The meeting had run over by 30 minutes because no one wanted to stop. Students left energized, whispering excitedly about next week's lesson, already practicing wand movements as they headed back to their common rooms. This is what education should be: active, engaged, students actually learning practical skills they can use, not Umbridge's theoretical nonsense that leaves everyone unprepared and vulnerable. We're building something important here, something that might save lives when the war truly starts. 1st November 1995. Harry's detentions with Umbridge are getting worse. Hermione watched him at breakfast, noticed how he kept his right hand hidden, how he winced when picking up his goblet. She'd seen the scars forming on the back of his hand. "I must not tell lies," carved over and over, the words becoming permanent testimony to Umbridge's cruelty. "I've been researching healing spells, salves that might help scarring, legal precedents for reporting professor abuse. But the ministry backs Umbridge completely, and Fudge himself authorized her appointment. There's no authority to appeal to, no adult who can stop this. That helplessness is crushing. I can research defensive spells and organize secret meetings and design communication systems, but I can't protect Harry from torture. That's technically legal." The DA had become her focus, her outlet for the fury that had no other productive channel. She planned lessons with military precision, researched spells that would be most useful, created training progressions that built skills systematically. This week, stunning spells. Next week, shield charms. The week after, Patronus theory, though the practical work will take much longer. I'm building a curriculum that rivals what we should be getting in actual defense classes, complete with reading assignments and practice schedules. Some members think I'm being too intense about it. Ron keeps making jokes about me turning into a professor. But I know what's at stake. We're not playing at resistance. We're preparing for survival. Her prefect duties had become complicated by her involvement with an illegal student organization. She was supposed to enforce rules, report suspicious activity, maintain order. Instead, she was actively breaking major school policies and encouraging others to do the same. Ron is a prefect too, which makes our participation in the DA even more hypocritical by Umbridge's standards. But there are different kinds of rules, the ones that maintain safety and order, and the ones that maintain control at the expense of truth. I know which matters more. The castle itself seemed to be resisting Umbridge's presence. Staircases moved at inconvenient times when she tried to patrol. Portraits gave her deliberately wrong directions. Peeves, usually a universal nuisance, had taken to following her around dropping things on her head. And for once, no one tried to stop him. Even Hogwarts knows she doesn't belong here. 20th of December, 1995. We're staying at school for Christmas, all three of us, and most of the DA members. The decision had been mutual and unspoken. After last year's tragedy, none of them wanted to leave the castle vulnerable, leave each other unprotected. and with Mr. Weasley in St. Mungo's after being attacked by Voldemort's snake, an attack Harry had witnessed through some inexplicable connection to Voldemort himself. Leaving felt wrong. Harry's visions are getting worse. He sees through Voldemort's eyes sometimes, feels his emotions, witnesses his actions. It's a connection that shouldn't exist, that terrifies everyone who knows about it. Dumbledore has arranged occlumency lessons with Snape to help Harry close his mind, but I'm not sure how effective they'll be given the complicated history between them. The hospital wing visit to see Mr. Weasley had been sobering. The jolly, kind man who collected Muggle artifacts and loved his family fiercely, lying pale and bandaged in a hospital bed because he'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time, because Voldemort's forces were already moving, already attacking, and the Ministry still refused to acknowledge the threat. Mrs. Weasley broke down when she saw us, clung to Ron and the twins and Ginny like she was afraid they'd disappear. And I understood. Every goodbye might be the last now. Every normal day is a gift that could be snatched away without warning. The DA had taken on new urgency after the attack. Students practiced with grim determination instead of nervous excitement, understanding that these skills weren't theoretical, weren't just for passing exams. They were survival tools for a war that had already started, whether the Ministry admitted it or not. Harry taught stunning spells this week with an intensity that bordered on fierce, demonstrated on the practice dummies, made students practice until their wand arms ached, refused to let anyone leave until they could hit a moving target at least 3 times out of 5. "This isn't a game," he'd said, his voice hard. "When you're facing someone who wants to kill you, you need to react instantly. No hesitation, no second guessing. Just the spell, fast and accurate." No one argued. We all practiced until we could barely lift our wands. Her knitting had evolved into something more purposeful. She'd been making protective items, scarves with subtle shield charms woven in, hats that could deflect minor hexes, gloves that warmed but also toughened the skin against cutting curses. Each item took weeks to complete, the magical integration requiring precision and patience. I've given them to DA members as Christmas gifts, wrapped carefully, with notes that explain the protections without being too obvious about what they're for. Ron got gloves, Harry got a scarf, Neville got a hat that I charmed specifically to boost confidence. Not mind control, just a gentle reinforcement of his own courage. Ginny helped me distribute them. She understands the value of subtle resistance, of small protections that might make a difference. She's become one of the DA's best students. Her reductor curse is impressively powerful, and her bat bogey hex is legendary. 14th of February, 1996. I kissed Ron. Even writing it feels surreal. Hermione sat in her library corner, her face still flushed, her lips still tingling, trying to process what had happened during the DA meeting. We were practicing shield charms. Ron's had finally solidified. He'd been struggling with the incantation for weeks, getting frustrated, but tonight it worked. A proper silver barrier that actually deflected my stunning spell. He was so happy, so proud of himself, and I was proud of him. And suddenly we were hugging, and then we were kissing, and then we both pulled back, shocked and embarrassed, and haven't spoken about it since. It's been 6 hours. 6 hours of agonizing silence and stolen glances and complete inability to have a normal conversation. I don't know what this means, if it means anything. If it was just adrenaline and proximity and the intensity of everything we're dealing with. If Ron actually has feelings for me, or if I'm just convenient, here and available and part of his life already. I don't know how I feel either. I think I might have feelings for him, have had them for a while, buried under friendship and denial, and the conviction that he saw me as just Harry's clever friend. But wanting him to like me and actually being in a relationship are very different things, and the timing is terrible. We're in the middle of a war, running an illegal defense organization, preparing for OWLs, and dealing with a ministry that wants to destroy everything we're building. This is possibly the worst time in history to develop romantic feelings. The common room had been awkward afterward. Ron had fled to the dormitory. Harry had looked between them with confused concern but wisely didn't ask questions, and Hermione had retreated to the library because at least books made sense, had clear answers, didn't create complicated emotional chaos. Lavender Brown keeps asking if Ron and I are together now. Parvati wants details about the kiss. Even the portraits seem to be gossiping about it, which is mortifying. Can nothing be private in this castle? Her OWL preparation had become almost violent in its intensity, partially because the exams genuinely mattered, but mostly because studying was something she could control when everything else felt chaotic. She'd created revision schedules for herself and everyone else who'd accept them, coded by color and subject and priority level. Theory of charms, 3 hours daily. Transfiguration practical, 2 hours. Potions revision, 90 minutes. Defense preparation, ongoing through DA meetings. History of magic, reading before bed, because Binz's droning voice is actually useful for inducing sleep when captured in textbook form. I'm going to pass these exams brilliantly. I'm going to prove that you can fight a war and maintain academic excellence simultaneously. I'm going to show Umbridge that her interference hasn't broken us, because if I can't control the ministry or stop the detentions or fix the complicated mess with Ron, at least I can control this. 15th of April 1996. Umbridge discovered the DA. Hermione's hands shook as she wrote, the events of the evening still too fresh, too terrifying. They'd been betrayed. Marietta Edgecombe had told Umbridge everything. Given her the room of requirements location, led her straight to a meeting in progress. The hex I put on the membership parchment worked. When Marietta betrayed us, the word sneak appeared across her face in angry purple pustules. It was harsh but necessary. We needed to know who to trust, needed consequences for betrayal that might cost lives. Dumbledore took responsibility. When Umbridge tried to arrest Harry, when Fudge himself arrived with auras, Dumbledore claimed the DA was his idea, his organization, his rebellion against ministry authority. And then he disappeared, literally vanished from his office before they could take him to Azkaban. Now, Umbridge is headmistress, actually headmistress, with full authority to do whatever she wants. And what she wants is complete control. The castle had transformed overnight. Educational decree after educational decree plastered the walls. Rules about speaking, movement, gathering, even smiling in a way that might undermine authority. Umbridge had formed an inquisitorial squad of students who reported rule-breaking, mostly Slytherins eager for power and the opportunity to target rivals. We can't meet anymore, can't practice, can't prepare, can't maintain the community we'd built. The DA is scattered, its members afraid to be seen together. worried about detentions or expulsion or worse. Everything we worked for, destroyed by one person's betrayal. But they'd learned things, Hermione reminded herself. Learned spells that might save lives, built confidence that couldn't be taken away, created connections that transcended house divisions. That knowledge remained, even if the organization was shattered. Harry is devastated. Blames himself for everyone who got detention, for Dumbledore's exile, for the fear now permeating the castle. I keep trying to tell him it's not his fault. We all chose to join, all knew the risks, all believed the cause was worth it. But he carries guilt like other people carry wands, constantly, automatically, using it to beat himself up for things beyond his control. 20th May 1996. OWLs start tomorrow, and none of us are ready. Not because we haven't studied, but because studying feels meaningless when the world is ending. Hermione sat in the library, surrounded by notes and textbooks and revision guides, but the words blurred together meaninglessly. How was she supposed to care about the 17 uses of dragon's blood when Voldemort was gathering power? What did transfiguration theory matter when Umbridge controlled the castle and Dumbledore was gone? But I have to care, have to try, because giving up, letting standards slip, allowing the war to destroy every normal part of life, that's letting them win. The Ministry wants us afraid and compliant. Voldemort wants us broken and hopeless. Refusing to be either is its own form of resistance. Her study group had collapsed along with the DA. Students were too afraid to gather in groups larger than 3, worried about being reported by the inquisitorial squad. So Hermione studied alone, her library corner feeling less like a sanctuary and more like a foxhole. Harry is having visions again. Worse than before. He's convinced Voldemort has Sirius, that he's torturing him in the Department of Mysteries, that we need to mount a rescue immediately. I've tried to convince him it might be a trap, that we should contact the Order, that rushing in without information is exactly what Voldemort would want. But Harry is beyond logic right now. He's terrified and desperate, and 17 hours away from his first OWL exam, and I don't know how to help him. Ron had been surprisingly steady through everything. The DA's dissolution, the exam pressure, the tension with Harry's visions. He and Hermione had fallen into an unspoken agreement to ignore the kiss, to just be friends who happened to have maybe kissed once under high-stress circumstances and didn't need to discuss it further. It's cowardly, probably, avoiding the conversation, pretending nothing happened. But I don't have emotional energy for relationship complications right now. I need every bit of strength for surviving exams and Umbridge and whatever fresh horror tomorrow brings. Her knitting needles had been confiscated. Apparently, creating items outside of approved curriculum was now forbidden. But she'd hidden her most important pieces, the protective scarves, the charmed gloves, the items that might actually save lives. Those were tucked away in her trunk, ready to be distributed if needed. If Harry is right about Sirius, if we need to fight, those protections might be the difference between survival and tragedy. And I refuse to let anyone else die because we weren't prepared. 18th of June, 1996. Sirius is dead. The Ministry finally admits Voldemort is back, and 5th year is ending in ashes. Hermione sat in the hospital wing, her ribs still aching from the curse that had hit her in the Department of Mysteries, and tried to find words for the grief and anger churning inside her. We went to save Sirius. Harry Ron, Neville, Ginny, Luna, and me. 6 students against Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries, fighting prophecies and time magic and curses that could kill. We were absurdly outmatched, ridiculously brave, and so incredibly lucky to survive. But Sirius didn't survive. He came with the order to rescue us, fought his own cousin, and fell through the veil in the death chamber, that mysterious archway that no one truly understands, that takes people somewhere they can't come back from. Harry watched it happen, watched his godfather, the last connection to his parents, the person who'd promised him a home outside the Dursleys, disappear beyond reach. And there's nothing anyone can do to fix it. The battle had been chaos, spells flying, prophecy spheres shattering, Death Eaters laughing as they toyed with students who barely knew defensive magic. Hermione had stunned Antonin Dolohov, had actually taken down a Death Eater with skills learned in secret DA meetings. But then he'd hit her with a purple flame curse that had cracked her ribs and left her gasping. Ron was confused by brain tendrils in the thought chamber. Ginny's ankle was broken. Luna was knocked unconscious. Neville's nose was shattered. We were children playing at war, and only luck and the Order's arrival kept us all from dying. But we tried. When Harry needed us, when he was convinced someone was in danger, we didn't hesitate. 6 of us against Voldemort's forces, armed with DA training and stubborn courage, and probably not enough good sense. That counts for something. Has to count for something. The Ministry couldn't deny the truth anymore, not with dozens of witnesses seeing Death Eaters in their own department, not with Voldemort himself appearing in the atrium and dueling Dumbledore, not with undeniable evidence that everything they'd spent a year denying was horrifyingly true. Fudge has resigned. Umbridge has been removed from Hogwarts, chased into the Forbidden Forest by centaurs, which is perhaps more karma than she deserved, but less than she earned. The Daily Prophet is printing apologies and retractions. The wizarding world is finally, reluctantly, admitting the war has begun. But Sirius is still dead. That truth doesn't change, no matter what the Ministry admits. 30th of June 1996. 5th year is over, and I'm exhausted in ways sleep can't fix. The Hogwarts Express carried them away from the castle, away from the site of so much trauma and loss and desperate resistance. Hermione sat between Harry and Ron in their usual compartment, watching the countryside roll past, and thought about transformation. I came back in September, thinking 5th year would be about OWLs, and maybe figuring out my feelings for Ron and achieving perfect marks in every subject. Instead, it was about resistance and rebellion, and learning that bravery sometimes means breaking rules to do what's right. We formed an army, taught ourselves defensive magic that the Ministry didn't want us to know, fought Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries, and survived. Lost someone we loved and somehow kept going. My OWL results will arrive later in summer. Part of me cares desperately about them, needs to have excelled to prove that academic achievement and active resistance aren't mutually exclusive. But another part knows they're just numbers on parchment, meaningless compared to the real tests we faced. Harry stared out the window, his grief a tangible presence. Ron kept trying to start conversations that would fail halfway through, not knowing how to comfort someone whose loss went so deep. And Hermione knitted. A new project, dark blue yarn that she was shaping into something protective, something she'd give Harry even though no magic could truly shield him from the pain of losing Sirius. The DA wasn't destroyed. I realize that now. We were scattered, yes, prevented from meeting, but the skills remained, the connections endured, and when Harry needed help, 6 of us answered without hesitation. That's what we built, not just spellwork proficiency, but a community of people who show up for each other in the darkest moments. That's more valuable than any OWL score, more important than any grade or achievement or academic honor. The castle disappeared behind them as the train rounded a bend, Hogwarts shrinking to a distant shape against the mountains. Hermione felt tears prick her eyes, not for the castle, which would always be there, but for everything they'd lost this year. Innocence, maybe, the illusion of safety, the belief that being clever and prepared could prevent tragedy. I'm 15 years old. I've fought in a battle against Death Eaters. I've broken more school rules than I can count in service of what was right. I've seen someone die, watched evil wear pink cardigans and smile while torturing students, learned that institutions fail and authorities lie, and sometimes justice requires rebellion. 5th year taught me that knowledge isn't enough, that following rules blindly can be more dangerous than breaking them thoughtfully. That courage means continuing even when you're terrified, even when you've lost, even when the fight seems impossible. We're going to war. Not pretend war or potential war, but actual war with casualties and terror and no guarantee of survival. And I'm going to fight in it, alongside Harry and Ron and everyone else brave enough to stand against darkness. Because that's what we do. That's who we've become. The girl who came to Hogwarts 5 years ago, desperate to belong and prove herself through perfect grades, wouldn't recognize who I am now. And that's okay. That girl was brilliant, but incomplete. I'm still brilliant. But now I'm also brave. Now I'm a fighter. Now I'm someone who knits protective scarves and organizes armies and stands between her friends and danger without hesitation. The war is here. Summer will bring more training, more preparation, more loss. 6th year will be worse than 5th. I can feel it coming like a storm on the horizon. But I'm ready. We're ready. Because we're more than students now. We're soldiers. We're survivors. We're Dumbledore's army. And we don't give up. 1st September 1998. The Hogwarts Express felt strange without Harry and Ron. Hermione sat alone in a compartment, watching the familiar countryside roll past, and tried to reconcile the girl who'd first made this journey 7 years ago with the woman she'd become. I'm returning to finish 7th year. Properly finish it the way it should have been done if we hadn't spent last year hunting Horcruxes and running from Death Eaters and fighting in a war that nearly destroyed everything. Harry and Ron aren't coming back. Harry is training to be an Auror. Kingsley Shacklebolt waived the NEWT requirements, said defeating Voldemort counted for more than any exam ever could. Ron is helping George with the shop, filling the space Fred left, trying to bring laughter back to a business founded on joy but haunted by loss. They asked me to stay too, offered me positions, opportunities, ways to move forward without returning to school. But I need this. Need to finish what I started. Need the normalcy of classes and exams. Need to prove that education matters even after everything we've been through. The compartment door slid open, and Ginny Weasley appeared with Luna Lovegood and Neville Longbottom, the other members of Dumbledore's army who'd fought at the Battle of Hogwarts and survived. Room for 3 more returning heroes? Ginny asked, with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. We're all different now, changed by war, by loss, by things we've seen and done that no teenager should have to experience. Neville killed Nagini, the final Horcrux, the snake that had been Voldemort's last protection. Ginny fought Death Eaters in the Great Hall while searching for her family. Luna spent months imprisoned in Malfoy Manor, tortured for information she refused to give. We're survivors. But survival comes with scars, visible and invisible, that will take more than a school year to heal. 15th September 1998. The castle is healing, and so are we. Hermione walked the repaired corridors, trailing her fingers along walls that had been blasted apart and carefully reconstructed, and marveled at the castle's resilience. The Battle of Hogwarts had devastated the school, entire wings destroyed, the Great Hall nearly collapsed, centuries of damage compressed into one terrible night. But Hogwarts endured. The structure survived, protected by magic deeper than any curse, and over the summer, hundreds of witches and wizards had come to help rebuild, not just repair the damage, but restore the heart of it, make it home again. The Great Hall tables were full again, though with notably fewer students. Some families had chosen to keep their children home another year, worried about safety despite Voldemort's defeat. Others had lost students in the battle, empty spaces at tables that everyone pretended not to notice, but could never quite forget. Colin Creevy's absence is the one that hurts most. That enthusiastic first year who'd been so excited about everything, who'd grown into a brave young man willing to fight for what was right, killed defending a school he loved. He shouldn't have been there. He was underage, sent away for safety, but he'd snuck back anyway because he refused to hide while others fought. There's a memorial now, in the entrance hall, elegant and understated, listing the names of everyone who died in the battle. Students, professors, order members, even house elves who'd fought to defend their home. 50 names. 50 lives ended that night. I can't walk past it without stopping, without reading the names, without remembering. Professor McGonagall was headmistress now. Her office transformed from Dumbledore's cluttered curiosity shop into something more austere but no less welcoming. She'd called Hermione in during the first week, ostensibly to discuss her NEWT schedule, but really to check on her well-being. "Miss Granger, Hermione," she'd said, her voice softer than usual, "I know this year will be difficult. Returning when so many others have moved on. Completing studies that must feel trivial after everything you've experienced. But I'm glad you're here. The students need examples of resilience, and you embody that perhaps more than anyone." I tried not to cry. Failed, obviously. Professor McGonagall had offered tea and biscuits, and the kind of bracing sympathy that somehow helped more than gentle comfort. 20th of October 1998. I'm teaching knitting classes. Hermione looked around the room of requirement, configured now as a cozy workshop with tables, supplies, and comfortable chairs, and felt something warm unfurl in her chest. What had started as her own meditation, her own way of creating protection and warmth, had become something communal. It began with first years asking about the scarves I was making, then second years wanting to learn, then older students, even some Slytherins, joining in because knitting offered something many of them desperately needed, a repetitive, meditative activity that produced tangible results, something you could control when so much felt chaotic. Now we meet twice a week. I teach basic stitches, help with patterns, show them how to incorporate simple charms into their work. And we talk about classes, about the war, about loss and healing and moving forward. The knitting gives our hands something to do while our hearts process everything we've been through. Neville had joined, surprisingly. His grandmother had taught him as a child, and he'd taken it up again as a way to calm his nightmares. Luna created the most extraordinary pieces, scarves that change color with mood, hats with patterns that seemed to shift and move, gloves that hummed softly when worn. Even some professors have come. Professor Flitwick stopped by to show us advanced charm integration. Professor Sprout shared techniques for incorporating magical plant fibers. Professor McGonagall attended once, knitted with perfect precision for an hour, and left behind a miniature transfigured cat that now patrols our meeting space. The memorial scarves had been Ginny's idea, creating something for the families of those who died, each scarf incorporating colors and charms meaningful to the person it honored. It was ambitious, time-consuming, and exactly the kind of purposeful grief work many of them needed. Colin Creevy's scarf is gold and scarlet, with tiny cameras knitted into the pattern. Fred Weasley's shifts between orange and purple, and has permanent laughter charms woven through it. Remus Lupin's shows moon phases. Tonks's changes colors constantly. Each one is a story, a memory, a way of saying, you mattered, you're remembered, your loss leaves a hole that will never be filled. 5th of November 1998. Draco Malfoy returned to finish his 7th year, and the castle doesn't know how to feel about it. Hermione watched the Slytherin table during breakfast, observed the careful distance other students maintained around Malfoy, the way conversations stopped when he approached. He'd been cleared of major charges. His testimony about being coerced, about providing crucial information that helped in the final battle, had earned him clemency. But being legally innocent didn't make him socially forgiven. I saw him in the library yesterday. He looked diminished, thinner, paler, with none of the arrogant swagger that used to define him. He was researching something in the restricted section, with permission, presumably, and our eyes met briefly. I expected hostility or mockery or something familiar. Instead, I saw exhaustion and something that might have been shame. We didn't speak. What would we say? Sorry your aunt tortured me in your home? Sorry you were forced into attempted murder as a teenager? Sorry we all survived a war that broke us in different ways. Some wounds don't have words big enough to bridge them. But later, she'd found a note tucked into one of her library books, a slim piece of parchment with precise handwriting. The reference you needed is in Advanced Magical Theory, Chapter 17. The author's logic is flawed, but the underlying premise is sound. He's still clever, still proud enough to correct my research methodology, even while avoiding direct interaction. And somehow, that small gesture felt like the beginning of something. Not forgiveness, not friendship, but acknowledgement. Recognition that we're both survivors trying to find our place in a world that's moved on while we're still processing what happened. 18th of December, 1998. Christmas at Hogwarts feels different this year. The Great Hall was decorated with its usual splendor. 12 Christmas trees, enchanted snow, fairy lights creating constellations. But the celebration felt more subdued, more intentional. Like everyone was trying extra hard to create joy because joy had been in such short supply. Fewer students stayed this year. Most went home to be with families they'd almost lost, to celebrate survival and rebuild relationships strained by war. But some of us remained, those whose homes felt less safe than Hogwarts, or those who needed the castle's particular magic to heal. Professor McGonagall had arranged something special, a feast in the Great Hall, but served family-style at a single long table, rather than separated by house. All the remaining students and staff together, sharing food and stories and the warmth of community. It was beautiful. Gryffindors next to Slytherins, Ravenclaws beside Hufflepuffs, professors interspersed among students. The conversation flowed more easily than anyone expected. Neutral topics at first, then gradually deeper. Stories about the fallen, shared memories, acknowledgement of shared trauma. Draco Malfoy sat 3 seats down from me. At one point, when someone mentioned the Battle of Hogwarts, his hands shook so badly he had to put down his fork. Pansy Parkinson, sitting beside him, one of the few friends who'd stuck by him, placed her hand over his until the trembling stopped. No words, just presence, just solidarity in surviving what shouldn't have been survivable. We're all broken in different ways, but maybe being broken together is its own kind of healing. Hermione had received gifts from Harry and Ron, a beautiful set of quills from Harry with a note about how proud he was of her, and an enormous box of chocolate from Ron that included a separate note. Miss you. Christmas isn't the same without you lecturing us about proper study habits. Love you. Ah, love you. He'd written it casually, like it was obvious, like it didn't make my heart skip every time I read it. We'd been officially dating since the end of the war, proper dating, with conversations and commitment and plans for the future. But seeing those words written in his untidy scrawl still made me feel like that girl in 4th year, watching him finally notice her at the Yule Ball. She'd sent them both elaborate care packages, books for Harry about aura techniques, joke shop supplies for Ron that she'd carefully researched to ensure they were actually useful. And for both of them, matching scarves she'd knitted with protective charms and warming enchantments, and more love than she knew how to speak aloud. 25th January 1999. NEWT preparation has begun in earnest, and it feels both crucial and absurd. Hermione sat surrounded by textbooks and notes, color-coded study schedules spread across the library table, and tried to summon the enthusiasm that had once defined her approach to academics. I care about these exams. Of course I do. They determine my future, open doors to careers, represent years of learning and growth. But after everything, after Horcruxes and torture and watching people die, it's hard to feel the same urgency about transfiguration theory. I'm studying anyway, creating revision guides, hosting study groups, maintaining the standards that have always mattered to me. But now I understand what I didn't before. Exams measure knowledge, but they don't measure courage. They assess magical theory, but not wisdom. They're important, but they're not everything. The study groups had evolved into something more therapeutic than purely academic. Students gathered to review course material, yes, but also to support each other through panic attacks, nightmares, the random triggers that sent someone spiraling back to the war. Luna has the best approach. When someone gets overwhelmed by a topic, she suggests we pause and discuss what we learned from experiences rather than textbooks. Real education, she calls it. The kind that happens when you're too busy surviving to notice you're learning. Like how I learned about magical theory by hunting Horcruxes. How Neville learned about herbology by cultivating resistance networks. How Ginny learned about defense by actually defending Hogwarts against invasion. We've had a practical education that no classroom could provide. Her career plans had shifted slightly. She still wanted to work for the ministry. That hadn't changed. But now she was thinking about magical law, about reforming systems that had allowed fascism to take root, about protecting magical creatures and beings who'd been marginalized for too long. SPEW was naive. I know that now. My fourth-year self understood the problem, but not the complexity, wanted to fix things without understanding the cultural context or listening to the beings I claimed to help. But the core idea was right. The wizarding world's treatment of non-human magical beings is unjust and needs to change. I'm going to work on that. Not by knitting hats and expecting immediate gratitude, but by studying magical law, understanding the systems that perpetuate inequality, building coalitions with actual house elves and goblins and centaurs, instead of deciding what they need without asking. 15th April, 1999. The castle is planning memorial gardens, and I've been asked to help design them. Hermione stood in what had once been a destroyed section of the grounds, now cleared and prepared for planting, and thought about how to transform trauma into beauty. The gardens will honor the fallen, not just a plaque with names, but a living memorial. Different sections for different kinds of loss, plants chosen for magical properties and symbolic meaning, spaces for reflection and healing and remembrance. Professor Sprout was coordinating the herbology aspects, selecting plants that would thrive year-round and provide both beauty and practical magical ingredients. Professor Flitwick was handling the charms that would make the space protected but welcoming. And Hermione had been asked to research and design the overall layout. I've been reading about memorial gardens in the Muggle world, about the principles of healing spaces, about how landscape can facilitate grief processing. And I've been interviewing students, staff, order members, asking what they need from a memorial, what would honor both the dead and the living who must continue. Neville suggested a section for courage, plants in Gryffindor colors, with varieties known for strengthening spells. Luna wanted a section for open-mindedness, unusual plants, magical species most people overlook, a celebration of seeing clearly even when others don't. The Hufflepuff students requested a loyalty section. The Ravenclaws wanted space for reflection and study, and the Slytherins, tentatively, through representatives rather than directly, asked for a section acknowledging complicated loyalty. Plants that thrive in shadow, that adapt to survive, that represent the difficult truth that people are more complex than the choices they were forced to make. It was ambitious, requiring resources and time and emotional labor from everyone involved. But it felt important, transforming a site of destruction into creation, giving the castle a place to hold its grief without letting that grief consume everything. The knitting group has started making decorations for the garden dedication ceremony. Wind chimes from knitted tubes with bells inside, prayer flags in house colors, blankets that will be available for visitors who need to sit and stay a while, wrapped in warmth while they process loss, creating beauty from pain. That's what we're learning to do. Not forgetting the pain, never forgetting, but transforming it into something that honors both what was lost and what remains. 30th of May, 1999. NEUT exams are complete, and I feel empty. Hermione set down her quill after the final History of Magic exam and felt the strangest sensation. Nothing more to study. No more tests to prepare for. No more essays to write. No more academic challenges to overcome. Her entire identity for 7 years had been built around being the best student, and suddenly that role was ending. The exams were fine, good, probably excellent once results come through. But they felt anticlimactic after everything, like the universe's way of saying, "Here, have some normal teenage stress to remind you what ordinary challenges feel like." I missed questions I should have answered perfectly, forgot details I'd memorized, made small mistakes that the old Hermione would have agonized over. And I found that I didn't care as much as I expected to. My best was good enough. Perfection wasn't required for the work to matter. The other students filed out of the Great Hall, some celebrating, others worried, most just relieved it was over. Hermione stayed a moment longer, looking at the familiar space, remembering 7 years of exams and feasts and celebrations and tragedies. I'm graduating, actually graduating from Hogwarts, becoming whatever comes after student, adult, professional, person in the world. It's terrifying and exciting and bittersweet because this place has been home longer than anywhere else. 20th of June, 1999. Graduation day arrived cloudy and warm, the grounds full of families and flowers and the bittersweet awareness that endings are beginnings. Hermione stood with the other 7th years, a smaller class than it should have been. Gaps where students should be standing, spaces that would never be filled. They wore dress robes in their house colors, had lined up by house for the last time, and waited to walk across the stage that had been erected in front of the repaired castle. My parents came. They still don't fully understand my world. How could they, when magic is so fundamentally foreign to their experience? But they came, dressed in their best clothes, beaming with pride even if they can't fully comprehend what this graduation represents. Mrs. Weasley came too, along with most of the Weasley family. She cried when she saw me, pulled me into a hug that smelled like home cooking, and said, "You're graduating, dear. After everything, you're graduating." Like it was a miracle, like she'd worried I wouldn't survive to see this day. Maybe we all worried about that. The ceremony was beautiful. Professor McGonagall gave a speech about resilience, about how this class had faced trials no students should have faced and emerged stronger, about how their education had been both traditional and extraordinary, how they'd learned not just from books, but from life, from war, from loss. "You are survivors," she said, her voice carrying across the assembled crowd. "But more than that, you are builders. You will take what you've learned, all of it, the academic and the experiential, and you will create the world you want to live in. That is your task now. Not just to survive, but to thrive. Not just to remember, but to transform." Each graduate's name was called. Each walked across the stage, received their certificate, shook Professor McGonagall's hand. Some cried, others smiled. All of them carried the weight of having lived through history. Hermione Granger. I walked across that stage with my head high, my parents watching, my friends cheering, my certificate representing 7 years of work and growth and transformation. I'd arrived at Hogwarts as a know-it-all 11-year-old, desperate to belong. I was leaving as a woman who'd fought a war, loved deeply, learned that being clever wasn't enough, but was still valuable, discovered that home is made of people, not places. After the ceremony, the memorial garden dedication, the space had been completed, beautiful and serene, with sections flowing into each other. Plants chosen for meaning and magic, benches placed for contemplation. The knitted decorations fluttered in the breeze, adding colour and warmth. Neville gave a speech, standing in front of the memorial plaque with 50 names. He talked about courage, not the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it, about how everyone listed here had made that choice, had stood against darkness, had believed that some things were worth dying for. But they'd want us to find things worth living for too, he said, worth building, worth celebrating, worth protecting. This garden is for them, but it's also for us. A reminder that beauty can grow from tragedy, that life continues even after death, that memory is how love survives. The crowd was silent, except for quiet crying. Hermione stood with Ginny and Luna, their hands linked, and thought about everyone they'd lost. Colin, Fred, Remus, Tonks, Lavender, so many others, students and teachers and order members who'd fought because they believed in a world worth saving. We're saving it for them, building the world they died protecting. That's how we honor them, not just by remembering, but by living fully, by creating the peace they fought for, by ensuring their sacrifice mattered. 25th June, 1999. Final entry. Tomorrow we leave Hogwarts for the last time. Tonight, I'm writing this final entry in my journal, closing the chapter on my Hogwarts years. Hermione sat in her dormitory, empty now, except for her, the other girls having already left, and looked around at the space that had been home. The four-poster bed she'd slept in for 7 years, the window overlooking the lake, the corner where she'd kept her books and knitting supplies, and all the small treasures that accumulated over time. I'm not the same girl who arrived here in September 1991. That girl was brilliant but brittle, desperate to prove herself, convinced that being clever was the most important thing. She measured worth in grades and knowledge and other people's approval. I'm still brilliant, still love learning, still value knowledge, still care about academic achievement. But I've learned other things too, about courage and friendship, about loss and resilience, about the difference between being smart and being wise, about how the most important magic has nothing to do with wands. I've learned that love is more powerful than any curse, that standing beside your friends matters more than standing first in your class, that creating warmth through knitted scarves or kind words or stubborn loyalty is its own form of magic, that perfection isn't required for your best to be enough. I've learned that you can survive things that should destroy you, that healing isn't linear, that grief coexists with joy, that moving forward doesn't mean forgetting, that home isn't a place but a feeling found in the people who see you completely and love you anyway. Ron and Harry were waiting downstairs. They'd come for her last night at Hogwarts, refused to let her face it alone. They'd walked the corridors together one final time, visited favourite spots, said goodbye to portraits and ghosts and the castle itself. We stood in front of the memorial in the entrance hall, reading the names again. 50 people who died so we could live. And Harry said, "We have to make it count. Whatever we do next, whoever we become, we have to make their sacrifice count." We will. I'm going to work for the ministry, reform magical creature rights, help build systems that protect rather than oppress. Ron is bringing laughter back to the world through the joke shop, proving that joy is resistance against darkness. Harry is training to fight the next dark wizard, to protect people who can't protect themselves. We're building the world the fallen died to create. That's how we honor them. That's how we move forward. Hermione closed her journal and tucked it carefully into her trunk. 7 years of entries, 7 years of growth and transformation documented in her own handwriting. She'd keep this always, a record of who she'd been and who she'd become. Tomorrow I leave Hogwarts. I'll board the express for the last time, watch the castle disappear behind me, and begin whatever comes next. I'm terrified and excited and sad and hopeful all at once. But I'm ready, because Hogwarts taught me everything I needed to know, not just about magic, but about life, about showing up even when you're scared, about standing beside your friends, about creating light in dark places, about loving fiercely and learning constantly and fighting for what's right even when the cost is high. I came here looking for belonging. I found family. I came here wanting to be clever. I learned to be brave. I came here as a child. I'm leaving as a warrior, a scholar, a knitter of scarves and builder of communities, and believer in magic both literal and metaphorical. Thank you, Hogwarts, for 7 years of home, for lessons learned in classrooms and corridors, for friendships forged in fire, for teaching me that the most powerful magic is the choice to keep trying, keep loving, keep believing even when the world gives you every reason not to. I carry you with me in my wand, my books, my memories, my heart. Forever home, forever grateful, forever changed. The next chapter begins tomorrow, and I'm ready.